Alright. So, probably nobody expected this, aside from people that have been paying attention on Twitter. Because I started messing around with this again about a week ago. Oh, at this point. And found that I enjoy it now. So I've been just kind of rolling with that idea. Seeing what'll happen. I think I need to refresh my dashboard. It's acting up immediately this time, so that's great. Give me a second before we actually get moving. There we go. Yeah, the dashboard was still convinced I was offline this time, which it usually updates immediately, so that was a little spooky. But everything seems to be fine now. So let's get this show on the road. So, first and foremost, that's the mod list there, in case anybody wants to know. It's mostly just adding more recipes, a couple new skills, or at the very least, new professions, not necessarily any new skills. Some more recipes to fill in some space, and a couple quality of life things. Nothing major. Now, it's worth noting, I'm not great at this game. I haven't had that much experience with it. I think I'm up to like 7 or 8 hours of playing this now, and I've only had one life last a decent while, so don't have high expectations. Just telling you that right now. I think the audio balance is okay, but we'll find out. So let's see what we started with around here. Some VHSs that might be useful if I really am worried about that. Don't need a newspaper right now. Mug. Goals. Ooh. That's fortunate to find a key immediately. And slap that in there. Grab the can opener as well. Grab the canned fruit. I don't really need a ton of any of that at the minute. And I have no means of carrying a lot, so I'm not going to stress over that at the minute. Now, I've got the settings relatively low. They're not, like, crazy easy to... as far as the zombie population or anything goes, but it's also not murderous. Okay, good. It is actually the key for this. Is this actually in any kind of shape at all? Have I gotten incredibly lucky? Yeah. I mean, it's functional. So, no starting bag, but a starting pickup truck. You know what? I'll take that. We'll leave it here for the moment, and I'll just... Oh, no, I don't have a pen, so I can't mark the map yet, but... I'll remember where this is. Now, the zombies are not fast. There are a lot of them, and they're reasonably strong, but I did not make them fast. I figured it'd be more interesting to have just zombies everywhere and them to be a constant threat, rather than have them be incredibly dangerous to me. They are still going to pile up and be a problem, as you can see by the amount of them that there are around immediately. They're also only normal attentiveness and all of that, so they're not going to spot me immediately. I don't have any real sneak skill yet, but I'm just going to try my best to stay out of sight initially while I find something to use. It's also unfortunate that there wasn't a weapon in our starting house at all that I spotted. I might have to go out into the woods and try to scrap together a spear or something. I mean, I can just push them down and stomp them, but not really a viable plan against large quantities. And boy, do we have a lot of them around already. Yeah, they're starting to become aware of me, so I should just start shuffling along a little quicker. Very smooth on my part, yes. Brilliant. Yeah, as you can see, they can lunge. They will also crawl under things. Some of them will pretend to be dead. I know one trick as far as finding those goes. Specifically, if you walk up near them and the loot table doesn't light up, you know that they aren't dead. That'll give them away. Is this door locked? Yep, sure is. One of the mods I have does allow crowbars to open locked doors for me, which will be handy. It'll certainly be quicker, probably, than disassembling a door to open it, as I used to do. Hi. Well, you became aware quickly. We're gonna be spending a lot of time running for my life initially, I feel. I could grab that garbage bag, but I'm hoping to get lucky. And if I don't, I can find another garbage bag easily enough. We're not getting enough loot right now for me to be worried about storing it. Are you dead? Nope, you are not dead. Nope, not opened. Okay. Not sure why we're getting those occasional skips there. That was a little weird. Okay, the window's open. Whoop. Close that behind me. There might be a zombie in here somewhere, but at the very least, it'll be cover against the other zombies. Maybe I can find, like, a knife or something. I will take the adhesive bandage. I'm gonna need that. Yeah, lights are on, but nobody's home, so that's good news for me. Sadly, there's bugger all useful in here. I'm gonna take that just so I can rip it up for bandages. I'm gonna need that. And out we go. For those wondering, by the way, I'll quickly go through our traits while I'm walking across here. I'm a pyromaniac that's lucky, out of shape, and has adrenaline junkie. I figure out of shape will give me enough trouble, so it'll be fine. And as I said before, I'm not that great at this, so I didn't take that many negatives to balance myself down, and that was mostly a random selection anyway. I hit the random button a couple times, ended up with a lot of bad in addition to that, so I kind of rebalanced the traits a little bit so that I didn't have as many bad. And Pyromaniac just seemed fun, so that's why I went with that when the game offered it to me. Ooh, we're going into a more densely zombied area, so this is going to become slightly problematic. But we just need to keep our heads and skitter around as best we can. Anything good in the dumpsters? Oh, there's a do-it-yourself tailoring. I'll grab that. I'm not gonna read it right now because we are a little too close to too much to be reading. Because for those that don't know, all things like that take place in real time in the game. So if I'm reading something, he will sit there and read until he's done reading it. This speed, yes, this is normal walking speed. They don't really walk with a ton of purpose, but you can sprint. There is sprinting and all of that. I'm just not doing it because sprinting draws attention to you. I'm trying to be somewhat cautious. Does this window open? Nope. Oh no. It was just jammed. Okay. Very good. Close the window. Please close the window. We'll go ahead and let the TV lower our boredom. I don't know if that was me or not. I have it on that zombies will set off alarms, so it might be a zombie somewhere else that set off the alarm. It might be I set off the alarm. I don't know. There's a zombie in there, so they can stay there. It's not awful to get a hold of a car to get around quicker either, but cars make noise too. So it really becomes a matter of speed is not an option until you're ready to deal with zombies. I could start whacking people with a plunger, but the frying pan will do a much better job. Anything good on the workbench? If I really wanted motion sensors, that'd be good, but I do want the screwdriver. The cordless phone would be great if I wasn't here alone. Toss the gun case on the floor, it'll be easier to look at what's in it. It's got a shotgun and some shotgun shells, but 2 shells really ain't gonna be worth anything to me. But we'll put the case in my other hand and bring it with me for the time being. Worst case, I can put some of the odds and ends I pick up in it. Grab the cricket bat. Okay, now we're ready for war. With my massive gun case, my frying pan, and my cricket bat, we are ready for the apocalypse. Okay, maybe not this much of the apocalypse. This is a lot. It must have been this house that had the alarm. That's why all of the zombies are shambling this way. So we're gonna go. We're just gonna go. We'll migrate to elsewhere and find out other things before worrying about that. You'll notice, even though the walking speed looks slow, you actually do cover ground reasonably quickly. You hold control to engage combat mode, and that's how you actually attack things. The attacks are automatic, as far as I can tell, in terms of whether they swing, like, vertically, horizontally, or any of that. You, of course, choose to attack when you press the left mouse button, but... Tinkering Volume 1... Okay, which door is rattling? That one? Okay. Hey, come on out. I'll deal with you. Bad. If they're too close to you, you'll automatically shove them, because your weapon won't be able to hit them. Otherwise, you will just strike them with the weapon. You can also press spacebar to shove them just naturally. What's on this shelf? Crowbar! Okay. Definitely want that. I don't know if a utility bar is actually better. I definitely want a lot of these things, but we're getting a little overloaded. Will this fit in the gun case? It will. That one won't, though. Well, somebody broke in through the window. This does prove that they are definitely aware that I was in here. Which is not a surprise, because a bunch of them followed me up to the door. And they probably heard me beat the other one into the floor. Anybody home? Nope. Let's see. A lot of food, as expected of a kitchen. But no, if you want a faster zombie survival game, you do want something like 7 Days to Die would be the faster one. This one has a lot more detail and a lot more going on, is its main advantage in comparison. Well, they tore their way through this one. Anything good in here? Looks like they tore their way out of this one more accurately. I would love to carry some of these books for learning purposes, but right now we ain't got the space for that. Need to find a bag. The gun case is all well and good, but it doesn't really hold a lot other than a gun. If you look, it's only got 7 capacity. Yes, hello. Good day, sir. Scrambled brains are on the menu again. There we go. Revolver. I would love to have that, but I don't have a holster to put it in, and I'm running out of space. Then again, it is fairly light. There's also a strong argument to be made of chucking the shotgun for space reasons, but I don't really want to do that. Go ahead and put this on my belt, because that makes it slightly less awful for encumbrance. Oh, right, I'm still carrying the stupid sweater. I'm gonna rip that up before I forget to do that, because that'll save me a little bit of space. Toss away the dirty rag. I could clean the rag, but honestly, I'm better off just finding more. They're plentiful enough that it's not really a problem. What do zombies have on them? Nothing I need. Pencil, so that'll help. I could start stabbing people with it too, but it's more important that I use that for its intended purpose. Now we know what time it is. I'm glad it chose to use the window instead of the door, because he would have probably reached me before I was ready for him if he had come in through the door. Spacing is very important in terms of actually being able to hit things properly. And I will say, for anybody who doesn't know the controls for this game, you'd be in for a bit of a ride with the controls. They're not bad, but they're not great. I am not going to finish reading this before they get to me, am I? Just want to learn my tailoring so I can get rid of that book. Bad. You will, of course, do steadily better with your weapon as you use it more, because you will gain skill with it. Right now, our skill sucks. As shown here. I have raised the experience multiplier for sake of this stream, so we actually get skills up sometime today. Just in case anybody's wondering why I suddenly gain a level in, like, a couple minutes. It's because in testing, it took hours to get even level 1 of something, and it's like, that's just not gonna be great for people watching, because this isn't gonna be a long-term thing unless I get people in for it. This is probably gonna be like a dip in, dip out at best situation as far as a solo thing goes. There goes the frying pan. Time to go. Because I don't have another great one-handed weapon right now, and I don't really want to drop the gun case if I can help it. And the music's kicking up. What's the game know that I don't know right now? Come on. Damn it. Nope. Maybe a different window will be open. Don't mind me as I'm just casually clipping into the wall either. It's fine. Okay, that window's open. In we go. Close it behind me in case of zombie. Because they'll have definitely heard me rattling those windows around. There's somebody in here. There sure is. Well, that's inconvenient. No point in sneaking around in here if they're already aware of me. The banging is going to attract anything else that's nearby anyway. Come on, weaponry. Another gun case with another shotgun in it. Toss it on the floor. Oh no, it's a rifle. That is immediately a better gun case than mine, then. Throw that across. Throw that across. Nope, can't. That's fine. Go ahead and trade gun cases. Because I'd rather have a rifle than a shotgun, personally. That's not to say that there's a great mechanical reason for that, that's just my preference. Go in. Unarmed, you can just stomp out a zombie. Ooh, hello, you've got a bag. You're actually worth fighting. Because I can then take that bag. Oh, but you've got friends. Oh, you've got a lot of friends, actually. We're in trouble. We are fucked. Yep, I'm donezo here. This is bad. Best I can do is shut that door and buy myself a second. Drop the gun case. Equip cricket bat in both hands. This is our best shot. I'm going to bleed out before I can do enough about this, though. Because we got tore apart. Yep, my greed is going to be the death of me. Because I'm not going to... Yep, I couldn't get the bat up in time. That's just how it goes sometimes. We were starting to get somewhere, but that's just the risk you take when you see zombies on the stairs. I should have checked the size of the group before engaging. It would have been better for me to just jump out the window and take the injury than to fight them. I could sit here and pick out a whole set, but honestly, this is just as well. Let's trade that out for something less awful. Hey there, Magus. Thank you for the resub. How you doing, buddy? As I'm getting eaten by zombies. We'll go ahead and... Do we have... Okay, we do have prone illness already. I'm not taking unlucky because that means we're just never gonna get anything. Piss. Just throw Brave away. We don't need that. Instead, we'll take Cat's Eyes, and it's balanced. There we go. Sure. You are now Jonas Hodge. Good luck. Oh, great. This is a great house to be in. Everyone is... Oh, wait. This is the house we broke into earlier. I recognize this house. This is the house where they kept crawling in through the window and I kept smacking them up upside the head. So I remember the pile of junk on the floor here. So that's actually not a bad house to have spawned into. So grab the pen. This way I can mark the map. There's nothing here, right? Oh, there's an annotated map I didn't notice on the other one. Quickly read that. Is that'll not only give you the map of one of the zones of the game, but it also comes with a couple labels on it. Like, the person who had this map before labeled the school and said that the janitor's truck is over here. Now, if I open the world map while we're reasonably safe, I can zoom out and show you we now know this entire zone over here because of that annotated map we picked up. And you don't even need to keep the map. They just somehow either combine their maps or memorize it or something. I don't know how that works. That's where my test characters were over there. From character to character, you keep map knowledge, which probably shouldn't be a thing, but it's fine. There is a mod to remove that if people are offended by that idea, but personally I don't care. I'd rather be able to continue gaining knowledge, especially with the way this game likes to kill me. You can also forage, but you'll notice when investigating your vision starts to suck, so you gotta kind of be careful foraging around alone. It also starts to get a little framey for me sometimes when I'm using that, so I don't use it unless I need it. Which right now we really kind of don't need it. Though it never got that framey without OBS open. OBS is just eating that last bit of CPU. I'm being grumpy. This is part of why we're having such a bad time, is because we got a major building right here. So there's a lot more zombies around. You've got a satchel in here alone, so I can take you and take that satchel, probably. Just gotta quickly bully you to the ground. Give me that. Don't worry about equipping it right now. Go! Gotta go right now. I stole a bag. Okay. We should be safe enough for me to put this on. There we go. And now we have 15 more carrying space and a free pen. The book isn't super useful. Regular books just are good for removing your boredom by reading them. But now we have carrying capacity. Because ordinarily we just have our 14 carrying capacity from our strength. But now there's capacity within the bag as well. It is worth noting that the weight of the bag does influence your overall carrying weight at the time, as you would expect. It's not like a whole separate other entity from yourself, unlike it is in some games. The bag will list on it how much it reduces the encumbrance of whatever it is that's in it. Like this one will reduce 30 encumbrance. I think it's 30%. I don't know entirely how that works. You don't see me, I'm not real. Oh, I think this is where we died before. No, there's still more on the map? I don't know. I feel like that is a house we died in. There's so many goddamn zombies. Then again, we are in a densely populated section over here, which is not a great place to be in an apocalypse. On that note, we should just boogie. You've got something sticking out of you. I can probably steal that after I dispose of you. Handmade knife. That'll do. It's better than nothing. That is, of course, if I don't break it, just dealing with one zombie. Okay. Very good. So, as I mentioned before when I was talking about the frying pan, since we suck with a knife right now, our damage isn't great. But you can do this stab once you get really close to things, and it usually will work out reasonably well. We already know about Louisville, so we don't need that. Nope, don't need any of that, and I need to be anywhere but here. Theoretically, now that I'm armed, I could deal with most of those zombies, but I don't really trust this knife not to break. Because it is just a junky handmade knife. Oh, well, I stumbled into bad. Gotta go right now. Gotta go. I need to not be here anymore. I am sad that we didn't get to make use of the explosive recipes that the Pyromaniac starts with, but it is what it is. I never got into a position where I could learn any of that. Because there's just been constant problems. Hell with it, I'm out of here. Eat. Now, there's one big problem I need to keep in mind as a result of our other character dying. That is, we know of a good working car and all of that. The problem is, the key is on the dead body that's over in that other house now. Up and walking around as a very upset zombie. And contrary to what we might be able to do, we can't hop these big fences. Oh, zombie just set off an alarm, so that'll attract a bunch of the other local zombies to wherever that alarm is, which is good and bad. It's good because it'll attract the ones up and down the road towards that house. The bad side is it'll also attract any zombies that are past me the way I'm looking now. Presumably that way, because that's where it sounds like the alarm is. Which means they'll come across us on their way there. Unless I'm smart. Which, mixed bag on that one, not gonna lie to you. Very mixed results on me being smart. That zombie over there is aware of me. I saw him turn. There's a gnome. I'm hoping the door's unlocked so I can go in. Nope. Please? Come on. Yeah! I know they know that I'm in here, so I don't have time to fiddle around too much. I need to see if I can find something better than this knife. Like, now. Nope. Nope. This house sucks. Shit. Hit my ankle. Come on. Get them off of me. Nope. We're dead. I fumbled that one. That was my fault. It's very, very easy to end up dead in this game. Especially when you have reasonably strong zombies on like I do. Because if they get a good grip on you, you're in trouble. Part of the problem is I keep not finding anything useful. And I keep getting chased around too much in order to really look for anything useful. I've had, like, one good attempt in this game in those, like, several hours I was talking about, though. Sure. This is fine. We'll snag us fast reader since we have 2 points to spare out of that, and we'll go with this. Being a little bit underweight isn't the worst thing, because you can just build your weight up in-game and cancel that out. And starting with the bag and being a burglar is quite nice. We don't need all of this fucking jewelry bullshit, though. Just throw that all on the floor. It's all pointless encumbrance. There's already a zombie very nearby. Probably the former owner of this house. Wait. This is the same house we spawned in as the other guy, I think, with the box full of VHS. Yep, there's the truck. So this is the same house we started in on the first life. Huh. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, thanks to our starting skills as a burglar, we should be a little harder for them to find. I say as I'm immediately found. I'm just walking around in the woods and crunching around like an idiot. The good news is, as a burglar, we could also try to hotwire that truck. I don't know how hotwiring works yet, because I've not actually tried. But in theory, we might be able to hotwire that truck if we get some space to do so. Just need to get rid of enough of the zombies nearby to do that. And to do that, we need to, of course, you know, find something to work with. Can I open this trunk? Nope, it's locked. Oh, it's worth a try. Well, that was unlucky. Went to start sneaking and damn near bumped into a zombie because you can't see shit through the trees. Hopefully they'll lose our scent as I skulk about. The fact that we started right near night is also unfortunate. Well, mixed bag on that one, actually, because it means they won't be able to see that well, but I won't be able to see that well either. Because I don't think the zombies in this game have better night vision than humans. They don't seem to, because I've managed to walk past a few sneaking at night a lot better than I did during the day. So I think they don't have great night vision in this reality, but I'm not certain about that. I don't remember seeing a setting for night vision specifically, just eyesight. You'll notice we're sneaking near these zombies, and they're not immediately noticing us. Unlike with the other characters who walked within a country mile of them, even sneaking, and they were like, human flesh, and just immediately wheeled on me. So we can actually, you know, sneak at all, as opposed to before. Of course, the second I try to do anything, unless a door's open or a window's open, we're gonna have problems all over again, but that's fine. Jesus Christ. Another zombie set off another alarm. Oh, there's somebody in that house. Well, on the bright side, we now have level 3 sneaking and level 3 light-footed. Mostly because of the fact that we have a boost to both of those because of our profession being burglar. But if they're busy with the door, if this window... Nope. Piss. One bang and then they stopped? That was weird. Come on, window. Open up. But I gotta say, half an hour and we're already on character 3 is not a great start to today. But also not a surprising one. God damn it, it's a bathroom. Oh, there's a bandage. And the controlling of this may look clunky, that's because I don't know any of the shortcuts particularly yet. And I've been too busy trying to figure out how game work before worrying about learning shortcuts and things. But I'm pretty confident there are more ways to make some of these, like, inventory movements and such quicker than I'm doing. I think we have cat's eyes as well, so we actually see pretty well at night. So I usually take cat's eyes. Go. In we go. Now, the downside to closing windows behind you is, as you saw before, it can sometimes be tricky to manage to get out a window in a hurry. And having to open it, of course, makes it take even longer. Well, that's better than nothing. Some unexpected things can be used as improvised weapons, thanks to the mods I've got on, providing more weapon options. Well, we got guests at the door. We need to go. I wanted to go upstairs to look for things, but given the way it's gone the last couple times I did that, I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna play it safe on this character to try to actually get us to live more than 10 minutes. Though I'm already spotted, so I should just get out of this pile. No matter how good our stealth is getting, it's not good enough to deal with them being all around us and some of them actually knowing we're there. We might be able to separate from the worst of the ones tailing us this way, though. Literally all I need, though, is a decent weapon. And we'll be somewhat okay. We almost were there with the guy that found the gun case and everything. The cricket bat's not really what I want, but it would have been better than nothing. The frying pan was doing great till it snapped in half. But, you know, that's expected. Is this window open? It does. Oh, fingers crossed that there's nobody sitting in here. Hi. Oh, it is dark as fuck in here. There could be a zombie in here and I don't even know it. Take the metal pipe and put that in my bag. Same with the screwdriver. Nails and rope. I should not have opened that, because that was very loud. But hopefully they won't put two and two together and realize there's tasty human meat wandering around. Ah, shit. I didn't even see him. Oh, him and her, as it turns out. We gotta go. We gotta fucking go so I can fix that. This is what I get for skulking about in the dark and then going into the trees. Not the smartest move I've made today. Manage that up before it gets too bad. Okay. We should be okay. I couldn't disinfect it because I didn't have any disinfectant, but better than nothing. Start using the metal pipe instead of the knife as well. We will do what? I am waiting to see whatever it is that you're doing. Ah, there you go. I was like, what are you up to? Oh boy. That is too many. Let go of me. It's a good thing they can't grab my bag, otherwise that'd be a problem. Killing all of these, by the way, not happening. But I will fight them for a bit as a demonstration of why this is a bad plan. Yep, there it is. You absolutely can slaughter them, but you have to be better at it than I am to do it. Oh, fuck me. Fighting at night like this is also not a great plan because I can't see what I'm doing, and I'm apparently out of bandages, so that's a problem too. Rip up the socks. Use them as bandages. The problem is this guy is not built for combat, particularly. And we're also using just a piece of metal to try to fight them. Again, the well-surviving character was wiping out zombies left and right. Yeah, welcome to my life. Constantly running out of space despite multiple terabytes of space. I really should do the thing I did with the character that lived a while and run out into the woods for a while, go find things out in, like, the ranger stations and such, and come back to civilization a better man. But we have an infected injury now, so we're probably SOL anyway. But I'll make the best of it I can. Because I couldn't get on it quick enough. Yeah, I did see that. And I'm pretty sure the next fest is in a couple days from what I remember hearing. So there might be some multiplayer stuff in that one as well. We'll see. At the very least, there's going to be a bunch of stuff I'm going to end up covering, probably. Depending on what actually shows up in that next fest. It is, like, turbo dark right now. Does this character actually have cat's eye? He doesn't. That's why it's so fucking dark. Yeah, no. That sounds like a no, that's not happening. At least that's my perspective on that. It's like, if a game needs 120 gigs of space, it better be something real good. I don't think a driving game is good enough in my mind on that one. Well, there's a reason why I didn't end up actually doing much with Starfield either, yes. It's called the fact that it's way too damn big for its own good. I think I was being pursued. Oh, you're aware of me. Down. Shit, fire. Okay. I wanted to check to make sure that the metal bar wasn't one of those things that needed to be held in two hands. No. Because if you try to one-hand something that's two-handed in this game, you will suck with it. And it will not go well. I learned that by accidentally putting a piece of rebar in one hand, thinking it was a metal bar, just like this one. And then it swung real slow. And I died a miserable death. You're once again really giving me a very wide pair of choices here. For you, I would probably say you'd end up enjoying Liza P more. Because there's some decisions in Bannerlord you're probably not going to agree with. And that will annoy you. But if you want something open-ended, Mountain Blade would be the better choice of the two. That's probably the best way I can say that. And honestly, of the Mountain Blade games, I didn't really care for Bannerlord that much by comparison to Warband. And you can get Warband pretty cheap. And then just get mods for Warband that makes it also better. Bannerlord has mods too, though. But I haven't really experienced them that much. And I can't even really, like, say why Bannerlord didn't work out for me. I just can't quite put my finger on what was wrong with it for me. I landed on the glass wrong, and now I'm cut. Great. Love it. Love that for me. Because this idiot decided landing leg first on glass was a great plan. With that bandage, put a clean one on it. Yeah. That's the blessing and curse of having a lot of things available, is we end up with too many options. There's a zombie that knows I'm in here. Hi. He's actually got a lot of stuff on him. From the look of it. I wouldn't say no to a hard hat or bag. My screwed up leg is making jumping over these ledges difficult. Yeah, of course, the other answer is try Liza P first. If you don't like it, uninstall it. Install Mountain Blade. Try that. If you don't like either of them, throw them both out and move on with your life. You'll probably know within the first hour or two if you're gonna like either of those, honestly. Because while they both get better after those first couple hours, the main majority of the mechanics and meat of the game will tell you. I'm surprised Mortal Shell didn't run well for you. Considering I know you have a better setup than I do, and I had no problems running Mortal Shell. But then again, we all know computers be weird. Okay, so the metal bar's broke, so throw that away. It's now useless to me. Grab the metal pipe instead. There they are. Well, yeah. That... You're gonna keep running into problems with 4K. Let's be real here. Not every developer is going to make sure 4K is good yet. Especially not the smaller companies. That's not their priority. I've said that before, and I'm gonna keep saying that. 4K isn't quite there, or entirely. Is it farther along than it was? Sure. But still. Well, yeah, that's the thing, is the monitors are becoming more available, but it's a mismatch between the timing for development and the timing for the equipment being available is kind of the thing. And I'll be honest, I'm a little out of touch at this point, so maybe it has changed enough that everybody has 4K things other than me. I don't know. But I just don't hear 4K brought up that much. So I'm figuring based on that not that many people are that worried about 4K in the space yet. least not in any of the circles I move in. Those are two very different games, though. You're asking for a FPS with flat models to run the same as a game with 3D models. That's just not fair. Like, it's bad enough trying to get a third-person action game and an FPS to do the same things. But those are just such alien games in comparison to each other. That's fairer. Nostal Gaia did come out later than Mortal Shell, but that's still a fairer comparison. I do find it kind of interesting, though, because Mortal Shell felt pretty optimized and ran well even on the previous card, so I guess maybe it's just a matter of it's designed for older hardware, not newer hardware. So it's not designed to deal with 4K because of that kind of logic. That's me as much talking out of my own ass on that one as anything. That's just the only straw I can grasp at for that to make any sense. Yeah, it's not even gameplay I was talking about. The engine required for two very different games like that would be a simple matter of... how to explain this? I know what I'm trying to say, but my brain is not cooperating with me. But them being two wildly different engines is the main point. Not even taking gameplay into account, those are two very wildly different engines those are running on. And to the best of my knowledge. And let's be real, we all know that some engines are bad. Just generally bad. I think I'm more trying to avoid being prey than looking for prey right now. I've also wandered far enough afield from any trails that I don't think I'm going to find a ranger station out here. I should head this way because there was a trail ending on my map over that way. We're also steadily bleeding out, I think. Slowly but steadily, yeah. I'm gonna need to tear up something else in order to sort that issue out. Oh, yes, we're just gonna be going without a shirt for a while. Last time I had to tear up a shirt like this, I had taken over a country club. So really, this hasn't been going well at all, but... there we go, at least it's covered. I don't have enough bandages to replace those other ones at the moment. Oh, and now we're gonna freeze to death instead. Great. Great, love that for me. Which, I expected problems like that from ripping up my shirt, but, you know. Beggars can't be choosers. If my choice is be cold or bleed to death, I'm gonna go ahead and be cold. Though this does mean walking through the woods, I'm probably gonna end up scraping myself to hell and gone again. I mean, we've already got two previous bodies we can steam. Oh, great. I found a zombie. How about you come out here into the clearing so I can see? Oh, you have friends. Yeah, not to mention it probably would absorb tons of water and be just a problem across the board there. Great. There was a lot of zombies in the woods tonight. Love that for me. I'm out of here. Goodbye. Just gotta hope I don't sprint into the waiting arms of another zombie. Okay, good. It's clearing up a bit more. God damn it. I knew you were working for the zombies. It was all a trap all along. All this space and nothing to put in it. Oof. Well, we found a highway, but that's not really going to help me, because it's going to be a lot of walking before we get to a different area, I think. So if we look at the map... Yeah, we're not far out of town right now. So if I follow this trail, though, I might find something. But us getting to the highway explains why we're finding zombies again. Because I have it on urban-focused zombies, because that just makes sense for the initial infection. But if we run down this trail, hopefully... And there's a farm, it looks like. Because there's a big old cornfield, or... Yeah, I think this was a cornfield. I don't think this would have been wheat. Of course, zombies in the cornfield are definitely going to be a goddamn problem. I'm hoping just following the row of corn will take me to the farmhouse. Those aren't scarecrows. Those sure as hell aren't scarecrows. Now, this is gonna be one of those times where this is a farm that doesn't actually have a farmhouse anywhere near it. They drive to their goddamn corn. And I'm just gonna be sad. Oh, there's a zombie close. I need to move. And there's a building up this way. You can see it on the mini-map now. Goddamn corn zombies. You know, when I said this was a building, I kind of had grander expectations than shack. Stay down. Madam, please. Okay, the two of you are a problem. There we go, she finally hit the damn ground. No, 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 you ain't getting my ankles. Bad. But this also kept me here long enough that there's now piles heading my way. God damn it. Tent pegs, camo shorts. Grab the camo shorts, I can use those for bandages, or replace my jean shorts with them. Fishing rod. The fishing rod would be grand, but I ain't got time for that. There's at least a lot of boxes in there, but I ain't got time to play around with the rest of those. Most of them were useless. Oh, this going in here is begging for trouble. Yep. Okay. Fertilizer. Faster powder. Gravel bag. Well, there's a rake. Throw that on my back. Better than nothing. Wooden mallet's a thing. Grab the saw, because I'm gonna need that to do any kind of carpentry later on. If we even live that long at this point. You know what's bad when I'm about to start relying on a rake to protect myself? Tire. There we go. Now we're talking. Got me a machete. And a shovel. The shovel will do a better job than a rake. So we'll go ahead and trade those. Toss the hammer in the bag. I'm just not even going to hang on to that rake either. It's too damn big. I mean, the broken end of a rake might work as a spear a little bit, maybe. Oh god, what is happening to the rendering? Help. Reality has, ceased to be, and I'm not sure how this happened. I don't know what's happened here. Well, all the models and such are rendering over it fine, so I think I'll still see zombies? I'm just kind of fascinated with this happening right now. I don't think it's the building. Let's take the machete out of my hands because it's a modded weapon. Yeah, it wasn't the machete. Okay. Is it the shovel? I don't think the shovel's a modded weapon, though. No, shovel's fine. I would figure if it was the roof of the building, walking away from it would have made it stop. I have genuinely never seen this happen before. I mean, some of the world's okay, so we could just keep walking and it might sort itself out. Maybe? It's fascinating because it seems to be a lighting issue, actually. Because if you'll notice, it mostly affects areas based on where I'm looking. So I think it's a lighting glitch. Like, I think my visibility is slightly broken. And that's what's happening here. I just don't know why. And what makes it more likely is I did turn down the lighting quality before I started the stream today, compared to where I had it before, because I figured that would help alleviate any potential speed issues, and I was correct in expecting there to be issues. Yeah, exactly. It shouldn't be this bad. But with the way it's moving around and all of that, I feel like if it was a straight, like, there's a roof where it shouldn't be rendering issue, it should be static, not moving. Because you'll notice even when I'm not turning or moving at all, it's wiggling. How does this keep happening to me? How am I just, like, a magnet for everything broken? Actually, the shovel might be the problem. Take a look at the nothing in my hands right now. I think the shovel might be the problem. Yeah, it is the shovel. It's the shovel model. As you'll notice, now it's not moving anymore. The shovel model's broken. That's the other reason why it would have made sense for it to be moving when I'm moving around, is because the shovel was on my back. Hang on. Give me that shovel. I'm gonna put it in the bag. and now the rendering issue's gone. We'll find a container to bury that shovel in and pretend that didn't happen. I figured it out. The shovel is a demon. No shovel for me. Which reminds me, let's trade our shorts. The denim shorts protect us better, but I think the military shorts will serve us better at the moment. Oh, I can't actually rip up the denim, though. Never mind. We will trade those back. And then rip that up. Because I need the bandages. Because I need to replace all these dirty bandages, or we're going to have a lot more problems. But I think these already are all going to be infected by now, probably. So we're pretty much SOL there. Probably not. Yeah. I mean, you saw how it looked. I don't think it's going to be vastly improved by 4K. You'll see more of the map at most, I would assume. And really, I was seeing everything at the resolution I was at, so I don't think you're gonna gain much that way. But I also really am not sure what you gain by going to 4K on most games, if I'm honest. But we've had that debate more times than we could count. I probably... Well, no, this is a road, not snow. It's probably okay. We are... that's going up now, so I'm assuming that's a good thing. I think I'm going to warmer places rather than colder. It's all foggy because it's morning, and I think that's part of why it's warming up. This guy is just straight up not having a good day, though. See, I usually can see most things like that just fine at the resolutions I'm at, too. That's why I'm confused. Maybe it's just a matter of they're easier to see, so you can actually see them better? I don't know. Because it might also be a positioning and... Because I have experienced 4K. I have seen it on other people's setups and been physically in front of a 4K screen running all of that, and I just wasn't that impressed. But then again, remember, I'm also not a graphics person. Graphics don't matter to me particularly. So I think that's more where the split is on that, is the fact that I already just don't care about that as a concept particularly, so it's never going to mean too much to me. You know, they took their union break. I really wish this guy would swing this machete like he means it once in a while. Like, I get that these are human-looking things that are trying to eat you right now. But you need to get over that, because you're gonna get eaten. Fair. It's like, bad graphics are a problem. I'll acknowledge that. Bad graphics will damage something. But there's a difference between actually bad and just like, oh yeah, this is just low resolution or something. Like, to my mind, bad designs usually will hurt something a lot more than it just being, like, low res or anything like that. I think it's also partly because I have spent my entire existence as far as gaming goes, especially on PC, working with budget hardware. So I've adapted to the need, basically. The need to lower everything for performance sake. So I'm just like, nope, this is how I've lived the entire time, therefore this is how I'm going to look at it. And don't mind me as I murder a man for his hat. And I will steal this man's shirt because I need a shirt. Well, see, and that's what I mean, is you now have the... I won't say privileged position of having a setup that makes such things viable and convenient, but that's kind of the thing, is, like, I would say people with the equipment to do 4K consistently are still not the majority. Yeah. Is like, the monitors I have would be capable of 4K, just the hardware behind them are not. As we've seen by even the fact that the computer's somewhat struggling with this, is while also streaming. Because the needs of a budget mean I am running hardware that's a good, like, 3-4 years behind. You could go either way with that one. You can work together perfectly well. Again, this is a question that's phrased in a way that I have 1,000 ways to answer this, and I'm not sure where to start. Like, you can go raid things that are miles apart, or you could go raid the same house and watch each other's back and such like that. It is split. There is no duplicate anything. But considering the carrying capacity in this game, you're never going to have a situation where one person's hoarding all of the loot, particularly, because they're not going to be able to carry it. And watching each other's back is vitally important in this game, honestly, because, well, you've seen the sight ranges you have in this game. More eyes is huge. And especially if you get into things like looting cars for parts and such, having somebody to watch your back while doing that is very, very helpful, etc., etc. Sure, you'll see even more gray space where your character can't actually see anything. Enjoy your gray space. It's like, I could zoom out even further like this. But it's a matter of, you can only really see what your character can see. This is because it's, like, early in the morning and super foggy. That's why everything looks soupy and shitty right now. Because we also can't see anything. The flashlight might help, but it's also going to make me stand out like a sore thumb. Okay, yeah, the flashlight does help a little bit. Which isn't entirely how fog works, but sure, we'll roll with that. Yeah, fog like this is just one of the possible weather events the game can have, and I'm very unhappy that this is happening. I played on an adventure, and a lot of the time it felt a little easy. Like, I was just barely scraping by some of the time, but that was because I made mistakes. But in a lot of cases, I never felt super threatened. And you tend to do a bit better than I do at that kind of game, so I would say you could probably get away with going on Survivalist, but you'll probably be better off doing a custom setup for it. Because I'm betting there's going to be a couple things on Survivalist that just aren't going to be fun. So you might want to just customize it. Because there is a custom button. And I'm probably, if I go back and play it again in my own time, which I probably will do, I'm probably going to do a custom setup as well. Because I don't want the timer to turn stupid, but I also think I would enjoy harder fights a little bit more. So I kind of would, I would personally customize it somewhere in between. If at all possible. I don't remember what all the options were. Yeah, that's a good way to go about that. Is try Survivor if it's too much, balance. I play most games like that on normal just because the higher difficulties usually don't actually do anything that makes the game interestingly hard. It's usually just, hey, the AI cheats now. Or the AI has piles of buffs to make them stronger while not actually making them any smarter. And that's just never very interesting. We're also starving to death because we haven't seen a piece of food since we left town. And I didn't have a chance to drag any food with me. Realization only just now kind of hit on that problem. Oh, this trunk's open. Lug wrench would be nice to have. Same with the regular wrench. Did I just hear a cow? I've never heard a cow in this game till now. That's different. Now, if it's a zombie cow, I'm gonna be upset. Because I don't even know how I'm gonna deal with that. But I've also not seen animals in this game at all. I know there's hunting. You're supposed to be able to hunt animals and such, and I've heard turkeys. But I've just never actually seen them. So I don't know if they just have those as ambient noise or if they actually exist. Though right now, we are absolutely out in the middle of absolute bumblefuck nowhere. I think we're gonna get to civilization soon-ish. Going this way. If we don't, though, I'm going to probably starve to death. Which is going to be a grand inconvenience for the fact that we've survived this long. I'm still hearing the cow to my right. I'm just glad that I haven't been, like, immediately jumped by zombie dogs or anything. Of course, now that I say that, stupidity will probably ensue. Also, gotta love how I went from freezing to death to now being too hot. All because I put on a shirt. Of course, I'm also the idiot running around in shorts and a long-sleeved shirt, but, you know, that's neither here nor there. I haven't been able to find a pair of pants. Which, I gotta say, we got a hell of a look going on right now. Denim shorts, a lumberjack shirt, and a hard hat. Maximum style here. Enforced by Machete. Yeah, that's what I was afraid was gonna happen if I went back this way, is it's just one big square of nothing. There might be something in the interior of this square. Piss. Oh, there's the turkey noise. Everything is awful, but we're still alive. I could take apart the flashlight. Just turn it off for now. Put it away. Okay, the machete's still okay. The machete has a ways to go before it'll break. I gotta remember, don't pull out the shovel. The shovel will send us to the void again. Because apparently... I'm assuming one of the mods I have on breaks the model for the shovel. That's my best assumption there. Because, you know, modding always breaks something. That's just the nature of modding things. Yeah, I know. Now you're sad because you're starving to death. I get it. Do a better job of finding a house. Preferably one with less zombies in it. Though he's actually, I think... Yeah, no, that is sadness. Okay. I didn't grab any of the comic books or anything we saw, so I don't have anything to readily raise our mood out here. Maybe this police car will have something useful after we dispose of these gentlemen. Nope, 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 nope. Bad. Knock him over. Slap him about. That's the one thing I disagree with this game, is sometimes when you circle around a zombie a bit, the attack goes stupid and doesn't actually hit what you're swinging at, without it being out of range. And then somehow they can wheel around and bite you. That's a quick zombie that's causing me a problem here. God, why won't either of you die? This is no longer worth my time. So we're gonna end up bleeding to death here in a second. Oh yeah, it's a neck bite. That's what I was afraid of. Gotta fix that right now or we're gonna bleed out. Okay. We are in terrible shape now, though. Well, this went from bad to worse rapidly. Empty first aid kit. Great. Love that. I will grab the bullet bandolier. We already have a screwdriver, so I don't need that. Yeah, they were changing the tires when death ensued. Okay, yeah, we're just overburdened because we're half dead and very weak now. Because your stats are affected by how bad off you are, and boy, we are bad off at this point. Just wanted to find a snack, and instead I nearly became a snack. And you'll notice we can't even run real well now that we're overweight at all as well. I might be able to toss the metal pipe into the bag and get us just out of overburdened. Yeah, okay. Please let there be something over here that isn't heavily guarded. Because this is further out and in the nicer neighborhood, but the nicer neighborhood's also probably going to have alarms, like, everywhere. But if I can just eat and drink and sort that out, we might be okay. You think this door's gonna stop me? I will just disassemble your goddamn door. I will make this door disappear by hammering nails into it. Which, ironically enough, this would not be the first time I've disassembled a door to get it out of my way. I've done that in life before, and let me tell you, it is a strange experience, but it works if you understand what you're doing. And no, I'm not going to elaborate further on that, because that is a lot of a story. There we go. Chocolate will fix the mood and some of the hunger, so we'll go ahead and munch that down. Just like real life, chocolate solves your sadness. Note, it won't actually really solve your sadness, but it'll help. There we go. No longer sad. For the second. And yes, you can just eat a bag of sugar in this game. Because if you're really desperate, you may as well just eat the sugar straight up. At least it'll give you some energy. Just, ugh. Not great. And shove down a can of pineapple. There we go. We can also drink from the sink, so we can sort out our thirst problem. Okay, we're less dead now. We could also wash up, which wouldn't be a bad idea. More importantly, we can clean these rags. We'll worry about washing up when we aren't hearing zombies banging on something. I think it's upstairs. Or it's right over here. Nope, not here. Oh, great. I found a trumpet. I will do it as I please, damn it. I mean, yeah. This is not a good idea, but it's too funny. I'm gonna start whacking zombies with a trumpet. I want to hear what noise it makes. Oh, hi. You're not even in a room. You're just over here. Funk. Oh, it just makes a clank noise. Not that I expected much else, but it would have been really great if it made a trumpet noise when I hit things. Oh, and it broke already. Well, that didn't last long, but it was shockingly effective for knocking him over, honestly. Oh, rip trumpet. It was a good trumpet. What else you got? You've got a lot of nothing, sir. Actually, no, you have actual pants. Give me the actual pants, please. There we go. I will leave you my shorts. Good luck. Of course, you know, there's some clean pants right here, too. But that's fine. I don't feel like changing again. Right now, we got bigger business to be about. Who goes there? Oh. Hello, madam. Goodbye. Any medicine in the bathroom? There's antidepressants, beta blockers. Actually, the soap would be good to have, is that you can actually use that to better clean yourself and your clothes and such to help prevent infections and all that good stuff. Oh? Nope, nobody in this one. I don't know where that knocking is coming from, then. Magazine and a pencil. Maybe it's this door? No? CD. Now it's this door. Come on out. No, it wasn't this door? I could have swore this door just shook. Oh, whatever. God damn, you're a durable one. There you go. Or duct tape. You can never have too much duct tape. Probably should carry some rope with me. You never know when that'll be good for something. Electrical wire. We already have a saw. Oh, and the crafting menu, especially with the mods I have on, by the way, is fairly extensive. Like, there is a bunch of things going on in there. And you'll get more recipes based on your skills and based on what books you've read and all of that as well. That's the kind of thing I was talking about when I said that there's a lot more going on in this than in some of the other options. Can I tear up that towel? Nope. I should actually, now that I say that, go tear up some of the clothing that's upstairs before we go. If I could hit the staircase properly. Goddamn legs, please. Grab some of the clean clothes and rip that up. As soon as I find it again, because apparently there's not that much clothing here, aside from on the bodies, which most of those are not going to be in great shape. Not that you're going to get much out of tearing up a short-sleeved shirt, probably, but it's better than nothing. Yeah, we actually have 8 ripped up sheets, so that's not too bad. And we definitely should replace these bandages. I think our thigh wound is healed, because that bandage is still clean. That one's done. The wounds will disappear when you pull the bandage off, if it's already done with. Our forearm wound is infected, so that's bad. Upper arm's just scratched, so that's okay. The neck wound's gonna be the problematic one. The second I pull that bandage off, it's gonna start bleeding like a stuck pig again. It's gonna suck. I gotta be quick with this one. Oh, and it's an infected wound, too. Great. Love that for me. Yeah, I've got 6 other ones. We don't need to clean those. Yeah, we've only got 8 in the bag so far, so that's okay. Then put all of that in the bag, that in the bag, that in the bag. Throw away the tin can that I don't need. We can pull things out of the bag quick enough that most things should just live in the bag so they take up less space and less weight. The screwdriver can stay in my other hand. I'm not using 2 hands for anything at the moment, so it can just live there for when I need to disassemble things. Okay, that just loops around as expected. So that was actually a fairly productive house. We're no longer dying. We're not in great shape. He is stressed the hell out and beat to hell and in a lot of pain, but he'll get over it. Or he'll die. Either one's an option, really. I'm kind of disappointed in myself that I haven't managed to burn an entire city block down like I did in testing. Then again, I also haven't tried to cook a stew yet, so, you know, there's that. That too is something people would have noticed if they looked at Twitter. Because I talked about that one there. But basically what happened is I forgot there was a stew in the oven in-game, so, The stove then caught fire, which caught the rest of the house on fire, which caught some zombies on fire, which then spread to the whole rest of the neighborhood and burned the whole place to the ground. Do I And just munch down that candy bar. I really should put some of the canned foods in my bag for the future. Yeah, I know, you're in pain from bending and twisting. I get it. I've lived that. Rolling pin might be useful. Sharpening stone will be useful as well, so we're going to snag that. Go ahead and just munch down this fruit. It'll be a little overkill for our food capacity right now, but it's not going to last outside the fridge, so we may as well just eat it. Go ahead and rip that up, because it's going to be too warm for it to be useful to us anytime quick. The slight scratch defense would be great, but not necessary. It's so nice and quiet around here compared to deep in town. Unsurprisingly. Yeah, I figured you weren't really dead. If I didn't kill you, I don't believe you're dead. You're gonna die eventually. There we go. We could turn the TV on to help some of the mood and everything, and potentially learn things depending on what TV shows are on, but right now, I'm more interested in surviving. I think we have a level of first aid, so reading this book would actually help us. If you have a high enough skill, you can actually read a book to gain a bonus to that skill. Nope, that book is obsolete. Okay, throw that away. No. Stop it. Apparently we have higher than level 1 first aid then, I guess, huh? Did we advance that far already? Oh yeah, our first aid's level 3. Okay. Going into level 3 anyway. So we would need to find the volume 2 book. Foraging's actually quite good as well. The experience multiplier I put on for sake of the stream really is messing with me. It's making things go a lot faster than I keep thinking they will. Which is a good thing, don't get me wrong. This is a garage. With Bubkiss in it. Yay! Yay for Bubkiss. I miss having the Lucky trait. Lucky was such a nice trait to have, because I would get so many good things. Now I'm just getting garbage. Curse my natural luck. Because I didn't turn the drop rates up. Drop rates are all still at rare like they normally are. Which is giving me a bit of a headache, but, you know, it is what it is. It keeps things interesting, because otherwise I'd be rolling around with like 12 guns like I was when my character was lucky. Not that they helped at all, really, but, you know. I had guns. It was nice to have guns. Jeans. More jeans. What's in the closet? Just a saw. Oh, those boxes on the shelves, and there's just a saw. Well. Alarm clock. Sometimes those alarm clocks will be going off when you get near them, by the way. And then you have to... You have to shut those up, or you're gonna have a bad time. I'm gonna go ahead and let him do a crossword puzzle to feel better about himself. We're on a second floor with lots of doors around us as well, so we could actually probably sleep here and be relatively safe. But I feel like it would just be wasting my daylight to sleep right now. Considering we walked all night, though. He's not in great shape, but he'll get over it. Really? You're still sad? Fuck you. I mean, then again, I fixed his boredom. I didn't make him less sad. That is true. Comic book will help. That reduces stress and reduces unhappiness. Give him a little bit of escapism for a bit. Just gotta hope that he doesn't pick up a comic with zombies in it. Just immediately remember his entire bad existence. See what that does for our little moodlets over here. Okay, he's down to agitated, and he's no longer sad. Go ahead and take care of reading the other one, then. See if that gets you off of agitated and makes you feel better. Because if we could stop being stressed, it'll also make everything else easier. Though we're still in pain, so that's probably going to keep our stress up. And, of course, all these bandages are dirty, so we're about to have a bad time again here in a second when I take these off, but it's fine. I also didn't find any disinfectant still, so that's not ideal. Nor any antibiotics or anything. Really what I'm saying is things aren't going great at the moment. Oh, I hit the... Why is Dirty Rag the first choice? God damn it, game. Well, I'll fix that in a second. Like, I get that it's in alphabetical order, but god damn it. Go away. Of course, it doesn't help that I have to pull them out of the bag, too. I really should have pulled what I needed out of the bag first. In fact, I'm gonna do that for the neck wound, because that one's important and to do quickly. This way we don't end up way behind as far as our health goes. There we go. Not as much of a loss this time. Making sure I'm not carrying any of the dirty rags on me. Just left a pool of our own blood there, but it's fine. Everything is fine. We'll go ahead and wash up. Like, I'm trying to turn this guy's life around now that we finally started to get established a bit. Because he's been having a rough go of it. There we go. We cleaned us. Now let's clean all of our stuff so we're not covered in blood anymore. Which, to my knowledge, does have some mechanical benefits. I just don't know what all of the mechanical benefits are to not being covered in blood. I presume the blood is probably easy for zombies to detect. So, that's probably a thing. But I also know that this is a very popular game for people to do a lot of RP and such in, so that might also be the entire point to that. And for all I know. I'm doing it just because it makes sanitary sense to be clean. Because we have enough infection problems. Being filthy is just gonna make it worse. Worse logically. But hey, this guy survived an hour and a half so far, I think. Compared to the rest of them that survived like 10 minutes each, so... Hooray for new record. It's almost like exactly how I said it was going to be. If I run out in the middle of absolute West Bumblefuck, we're going to live a lot longer. We'll hit up East Nowhere after this. Stupid little cubby hole. Well, there are some zombies around, as you can see from that one. But we're back at full strength now, so dealing with him's not as bad. Bring it on. Gonna get my machete dirty again, but, you know. Such is life. Probably getting my hands and legs dirty, too. With them spurting everywhere. Could you kindly just die? Please? Thank you. I didn't turn the blood and gore warning on for this because I feel like we're far enough removed from it with the perspective that it's really not that bad. There's some blood spray, but that's about it. It's not like I'm ripping limbs off or anything. Gas cans. We do want to carry at least one of those on our person. There we go. Who needs an extinguisher? It's not like I'm going to be setting the town on fire or anything. Yet. This time. Maybe. If I sound like I'm becoming increasingly less confident in that statement, that's because I am. Also keep forgetting I can put the hammer on my belt. That makes it easier. Same with the pipe wrench. This way, when I need them, I can snag them out to do a thing and then put them away. Because it will automatically put things back if you use them from a spot. Like, if you have something in your bag, it'll usually be reasonably intelligent about pulling the thing out of the bag when you need it, and then putting it back in the bag. Though sometimes it'll keep it out, and it's annoying. I don't know what makes it to determine whether it wants to be smart or not on a given day. Some frying pans wouldn't be bad. Frying pans knock things around real well. But our capacity is starting to get a bit thin. Some wine. I think we might actually be able to disinfect our rags with alcohol, now that I think about it. Let's grab some of that wine to see if that works. See if I'm right in what I'm thinking there. Because I don't think that's the right kind of alcohol to be disinfecting something with, but it can't hurt to try. Nope, can't. Okay, throw that away. That's useless to me. We are super tired now, though, so we should find a safe place to sleep soon. Specifically, we'll probably sleep up in the upstairs of this place. Because he is wore out now. Which is funny, because he was drowsy, like, a few minutes ago. But now he's just like, I'm dying, boss. I can't keep going. Just gonna make sure this floor is safe before I do anything of that sort. So since we haven't heard any banging or anything, I think we're okay, but last thing I need is a zombie that's taking a nap somewhere to become aware of me while I'm sleeping and come wander up and eat me while I'm trying to rest. To the best of my knowledge, you can't stop in the middle of sleeping. If you're asleep and something's eating you, you're in trouble. There's some sleeping tablets to help me deal with the pain problem. Yeah, I should probably grab those. Because if you're in too much pain, it is also, as you might expect, hard to sleep. There's a rifle. No rounds for the rifle, though, unless there's some in it. 0 out of 3. Need magazine to operate, so it's completely useless. I could bring it with me just for sake of, but honestly, at the rate we're going right now, there's no point. You can dye your hair at any time if you've got hair dye, by the way, so that's a thing. If you don't like the hair you got, you can change that. You know, it's nice that all these people have such useful closets full of actual things instead of closets full of clothing. Crowbar! There we go. Now we're talking. I could grab another battery. Shell suit jacket also wouldn't be a bad thing, but we're gonna start overheating and being sad again. First aid volume 1 again. Cooking volume 2. Ooh. Nothing too incredible in that desk drawer. How about the other one? There is no other desk drawer. Okay. Some desks have multiple drawers. Some of them are just one and done. We can put on some fresh military boots instead of the filthy ones we've been wearing. There we go. This way, we're not wearing damaged boots. They'll never know the difference. I replaced boots with boots. No one will ever know. We already were in that one. I'm gonna sleep in the spooky red room. It feels like home. Just close the curtains. I disapprove of the pink curtains, but other than that, I like this room. Not on the ground, stupid. Sleep on the bed. What are you, a Neanderthal? He's gonna vibrate his way through the sleep. Oh, we're nauseous. We are definitely gonna die. Actually, is that nauseous or feverish? Their icons are similar. Okay, he's only queasy. But that's the infection in our limbs being a problem. 100%. I probably should have checked the bandages and changed them again before I went to sleep. That's probably not ideal. And this is what I was afraid of. I woke up and it's now nighttime again. As much as I don't mind being nocturnal, it's definitely not ideal in a game like this. How's my arm doing? Still fucked. Okay, no surprise there. Considering we still haven't found anything to disinfect that with. Which at this point, I think it's too late to fix that anyway. I don't entirely know how that works in this game. Go ahead and pull one of the ripped sheets out so we can immediately swap this. Because I'm betting this is still injured. Yeah, those don't heal very quickly. There we go. Just gotta keep on healing that. Doing the best we can. But considering we've gotten multiple bites from the zombies, I would be very shocked if we're not infected. That is a thing in this game. You can very easily get infected by bites or saliva or such, depending on what settings you have. And on the settings I have right now, we've got about a 2-day lifespan if we're infected. And if, as you might imagine, once you turn, that character's dead. There is a mod where you could potentially turn into a controllable zombie and start fucking with the other people that are playing. But we don't have other people to go mess with, nor do I have that mod enabled. And it looks like that's all the houses that were out this way, so that's not ideal. But now that we're a little bit better prepared and we're in better shape, it's probably not a bad idea to head back towards civilization and start fighting our way to better things. And so that we can drop off our dead body in town when we inevitably die. So how about I actually, before we go back to town to die, let me do something fun. Let me show you guys something. A quick lesson in how not to cook. Let's see. Just grab something to throw in the oven. Like, we all know that what I'm about to do is a bad idea. Fill a saucepan with water. Apparently I am incapable of putting ramen in saucepan of water. Well, you know what? Hell with it. Throwing saucepan of water in there with the salmon. We're just gonna turn it on and run away. And now we wait. Get the hand torch out so you guys can see it better. Of course, you know, I could have just turned the light on, but I'm gonna want the hand torch for when I run screaming out of here as the kitchen bursts into flames. It is going to take a while for this to happen, though. That's the downside to this, is it's gonna take a bit for it to catch fire. They're turning red, though, so it should catch fire soon. The salmon's actually cooking reasonably. Everything else, I think, is just burning. I'm pretty sure that's what the bar is turning red means. I just, you know, shouldn't be standing next to it when it bursts into flames. And I say that, he just got sad. Like, oh, we're blowing this nice house up, huh? Okay. That's a shame. I don't know exactly when this happens. Because when this happened before, when I was cooking the stew, I had walked away from the house the stew was cooking in for like a day. And came back and the entire trailer park the stew was cooking in was destroyed. So let's walk away from this for a little bit and we'll come back. Back to check on that. Just means we can't go super far or I'm never gonna remember to come back to see if the house burns to the ground or not. Oh, I got injured jumping that. Come on. Be more adept at jumping, damn it. On the bright side, we gained a first aid level, bandaging my idiot knee. So I got that going for me, I guess. Which I know first aid skills making it go faster when we rebandage. I don't know if it makes it better in any way. And of course, if you're one of those smart people that take the fast healer trait, this would be going a lot better for me, but you know. House on fire yet? The house is disappointingly still not on fire yet. I think it has to finish cooking and then be left cooking past that for a bit, and then it starts catching fire. Yep, there we go. Now the burning meter's going. Yeah! As he's getting more stressed staring at burning food. Oh, what's making my thing mad now? Oh, the neck bandage is dirty now. Okay. I do still have a ripped sheet left. Okay. I'm definitely running out of bandages again, though. There we go. Everything is fine. We just have a hole in our neck, and this house is gonna burn. It's a brick building, though, so I don't know how well it's gonna burn, now that I think about it. I should have picked a different house to set on fire. It's fine. It's for demonstration purposes. Well, it'll either burn or it won't. It's got plenty of wood floor that should catch on fire nicely. You'll notice the burn meter goes up a lot faster than the cooking meter did, too. It's admittedly a little screwed up that I'm burning the fresh salmon while this guy's standing here hungry. I should probably feed him while this is happening. Here, eat the can of oats. I could have thrown the dead rat in there to cook that too, but it's fine. For science purposes, it won't matter what's cooking. Something just needed to be in here to catch fire. There we go, it's burnt now. What, is it not gonna catch on fire this time? Ow. Damn it. Well, I'm just not gonna turn it off. If we come back and this place is on fire, we know why. Because I'll be honest, I don't entirely know why the stew oven exploded. I just know that when I came back to it, it was burning to the ground. We got places to go and things to do, so let's go do things rather than dithering around waiting for a house to burn down. I probably should have replaced this shirt, too. It's got a hole in it. Ah, well. Actually, I do want that jack. Because you do need a jack in order to, like, lift up cars in order to remove certain parts. There is a whole, like, full car maintenance thing you can do in this game and all of that. It just takes lots of parts and time and things to do that. But that's the kind of thing I'm talking about, though. It's surprisingly deep. I think that's the phrase I want for that. Yeah, surprisingly deep is what this game is. Let's go check in the middle of the big square of road here. There's gotta be something, right? You wouldn't make a giant square of road without there being something inside of it. It would be completely pointless. It's starting to get a little lighter, so I won't need the flashlight for much longer. Really do wish I had cat's eyes, though, so I could goddamn see without this flashlight giving away my position constantly. Not that I haven't been doing a fantastic job of giving away my own position this entire time, but that's neither here nor there. Somehow, shockingly, I haven't died again. So we do already all know that I'm on a ticking timer as far as that goes at this point. But, you know, that's neither here nor there. It's just a pity. This guy's skills are actually becoming somewhat useful. Removing this is probably a bad idea, actually. Because we don't actually have a bandage to replace that with. So we'll just put the dirty one back on. It's already infected anyway, so it's not like it's gonna get worse. I say knowing full well it probably can in fact get worse, but that's neither here nor there either. We are in terrible shape again after leaving those houses. Which those houses are gonna burn to the ground anyway, so it's fine. Yeah, this entire square was just nothing. Big ol' fucking road square of sadness. Completely pointless. But, you know, probably meant to be like a forest preserve section or something inside this square. But for the purposes of a man trying not to die in the zombie apocalypse, gotta tell you, forest square, not helpful. Especially a forest square with no animals in it. If there were things living in it, that would be great. I could eat those. But sadly, no such thing. I'm opening the map a lot because I'm trying to decide whether it's worth it to me to go back this way or if I should check to see if there's any, like, outbuildings on the way down here. And I think down here's the better call. Rather than running back across territory we've already seen. Because if we just run back across old ground again, we're not going to find anything we can actually use. Whereas if we go this way, I might find some, like, antibiotics or something to buy myself some time. But I don't even think antibiotics won't help zombification at all. So if we are infected, we're hosed either way. Which I'd be very shocked if I wasn't, as I said before. I really should have checked the durability on this machete before engaging with this zombie. Because the last thing I need is for this machete to snap in half mid-fight here. So our maintenance skill's gone up a bit, so our durability is better. There we go. I don't think our blade skill's going up at all, has it? No, it really hasn't. Despite us using this machete for a while, our long blade skill just doesn't move, because we have no bonuses to it. That's the reason why some of our other skills seem like they're flying along, is because they're the right skills for the profession this character is. So he levels those very fast, whereas everything else levels at a glacial pace for him. Despite me having, like, I think, ×3 experience on right now. That's the only reason we really have any experience to speak of. Yeah, they still haven't become desensitized to zombies yet, so they're still gonna freak out every time we see them. Yeah, pretty much the only reason we're doing much damage at all is because we're decently strong and fit at this point. Of course you stumbled jumping across that again. You... Oh, you really, really fucked up that arm doing that. Because he tore the bandage off that arm when he jumped across and screwed up. So, that's a problem. This might be how we die. Unless I give up the shirt or something again. Because we don't have anything else to turn into another bandage, and we don't have another bandage. Well. this shirt served us well. Back to shirtless mode. Because we've got 2 different injuries we need to bandage. I see you, Mr. Zomboni. Just stay there for a second and I'll get to you. Can you not? Bad. That's what you get. Just couldn't have waited for a minute. Thanks for the shirt, though. There we go. We got a brand new shirt. Those are jeans, so we can't rip those up, though. This shirt's worse off than the one we had before, but it's still better than nothing. Gotta go! Yeah, I do not anticipate our survival continuing that much longer on this character. Considering our injuries have now doubled. Hold again. And I said with confidence that the infection time was 2 days, but now that I think about it, I changed settings multiple times over multiple iterations this morning, so it might not be 2 days anymore, for all I can remember. So that might be interesting. That might complicate my life. Don't really need a rubber band right now. Nope, that one's locked. Do I go back toward town? Because if I go back toward town, there's a decent chance we'll be able to find this guy's body after we die on another character. Because there's always the idea of I just sit down somewhere reasonably easy to find and wait for death once it gets close enough to time for that. But I don't really want to do that. Nope, that's locked. I'd rather cause a ruckus in town and go down swinging. Because honestly, causing a ruckus in town would be beneficial anyway. Because it should mean more of the zombies will have shifted in a direction. Of course, that also means a lot of zombies will be where this guy's stuff will be, too. And that'll be a slight complication. We never did figure out if there was actually a farm around the corn here. And this wouldn't be too hard to get to, so we could always search around here again. Though, I think we've only had 1 day since infection, so I think we've got another day of life left on this guy yet. Oh, I found a horde of zombies. Joyous day. Oh, frabjous day. Sadly, my sword is not very verbal. Nor is it really a sword, it's just a machete. Is there a zombie in the shitter? Okay. Well, if there is, they're locked in, so you know what? Not my problem. I was curious. At the very least, I think somebody died in there if that door is locked. So why else would the bathroom door be locked? We are also so tired we can't sprint anymore. So that's a very big problem. Or at least not overburdened. I was a little worried we were going to get injured badly enough that we were going to get burdened. Is our hand actually good? It's scratched. Okay, well, go ahead and bandage that back up, because the scratch could still get infected if I leave it uncovered. That's a lot of zombies. We're just gonna casually stroll away from the army of zombies. It's fine. And no, apparently that little shack with the boxes in it is everything that was over here. Which we never did check all of the boxes. And I guess maybe the house could be on the other side of the trail. It's just not over here by the corn. Which I guess would leave room for the field to be expanded, so I guess that makes sense, actually. It is a little disappointing that this is nowhere near as ridiculous as the attempt I was talking about out on Twitter and everything. Not as much silly nonsense is happening here. Oh yeah, this is the shed where we found the cursed shovel. We never did check the rest of this place, I don't think. I think we looked around a little bit and then left because zombies were approaching. There's a part of me that's curious to see if the rakes are cursed too, but we don't really need to worry about that right now. Just gonna double check these shelves and such while we're here. Make sure there's nothing useful that I left behind. Nope. Absolutely nothing useful. That is a shirt that's in full condition, just bloody. We could trade that. Don't mind me as I just tear up everything this man owns. Thank you for your contribution, sir. Good day. Gonna rip this shirt up, too. You'll notice a chunk of the rags we got from all of this were dirty, because of course they were. Since half of the things we ripped up were bloody, destroyed clothing, but... at the very least, we're in slightly better shape now. I can also put away the flashlight at this point. I don't need to be running around with a beacon in my hand. This is the part that's gonna suck. There we go. Our shin might be okay by now. Nope, still scratched. Okay. We've gotten just injured enough that our carrying capacity's gone down too, which is upsetting. Thankfully, it's not gone down much, so it's not a major ordeal, but it's just like, ugh, really? Man. There we go. We are just the tiniest bit overburdened. Oh, and there's zombies hanging out here. Can we get by them without them realizing I'm here? So our sneaking is pretty good, even though I've not been using it. Nope, that zombie's particularly attentive, apparently. Good for him. The other one is thankfully stupid. Oh, hey, there's the farmhouse. Apparently, it was just a little further away. Well, that's good. Also, what kind of fence is this that just ends at around the back of the house? That is a decidedly unhelpful fence. Nah, I won't bother disassembling the door. See if any of the windows or anything open. Because there is that broken window over there, but I'd rather not try to scrape all the glass out of it, if I can help it. So at the rate I'm going with these windows, might be better. Somebody with some actual attention to house defense. Hi. Yep, everything around here is a problem. Okay. And of course, there's those two idiots that were following me for a while. I can't sprint at all, so I can't actually jump the fence. God damn it. I thought I knocked that one down enough to get away with that. Turns out not enough. Back off. I think that might have reopened the neck injury. Nope, lower torso. Okay. That's fine. We can walk and bandage at the same time. Okay. And we'll fix the hand bandage while we're at it. What a mess. I'm impressed that this machete is still intact at this point, if I'm honest. God, there's still so many zombies around here. This is the trail of zombies I led over here forever ago. Damn it. No. Yeah, there's too many here. This is a bad situation. We gotta go. We're too tired, beat up to keep doing that. I'm somehow just barely staying ahead of this conga line. Everybody conga. Everybody conga. Everybody conga. As long as I never stop, I think we're okay. Uh-oh. There's a fence coming. Wheel around and push. Shit. Nope. Nope. We're dead. We're done. Conga to death. I can't say I'm surprised with how that ended. Let's see what we get now. Okay, that one's got lucky. Unfit's okay. Agoraphobic we can't do. If we do agoraphobic, we're hosed. We will just fall apart before the first day is over, and it will just be so bad. Yeah, I usually take prone to illness. It doesn't usually get me killed any quicker than anything else I do. And then we can fit in cat's eyes so I don't have to fight with the dark so badly. There we go. You look dumb enough to be running around in the zombie apocalypse. Go for it. Once we figure out where we're at and get some stuff behind us, we can go see if those houses up in the fancy district burned to the ground or not. Considering the pile of zombies on our previous body, we're not going to go get that back anytime quick. We'll just hope that he shows up of his own volition at some point. His attempting to go get that stuff back is just going to lead to our death. I am not good enough at fighting hordes yet to attempt nonsense like that. Yeah, what kind of skills do you even have, if any? Okay, good. You're a good sprinter and you got good first aid. Yeah, Twitch does that sometimes. And considering I check periodically to make sure that the sliders are all still moving, I don't think I would have panicked if you told me that. I would have just questioned it. Just went, huh, let me look. No, it looks fine. And then we would have moved on to the same old question of, did Twitch break things? That's locked. Okay, very good. Well, you can grab a tote bag. Not worth going in there unarmed. You've got a bag. Yeah, there's another zombie right over there, though. Let's see if I can dispose of you quickly. Nice. Where is... There it is. Give me that. Bye! This is my bag now. Thankfully, we're a good sprinter and we're in good shape right now. Aside from being listed as unfit, we can still run a decent bit before it's a problem. So let's find somewhere far enough away that I can sort things out for a second. There we go. Now we have a bag that we can actually put things in. We don't need these tote bags then. Go ahead and get rid of those. This guy has no stealth skills to speak of. Not that we ended up using stealth that much on the last character, considering the zombie spawns I have set right now. No, that's the wrong metal workbook. If that was a different one, some of them actually teach you recipes. That one, though, doesn't. Nothing useful. I mean, a bread knife's better than nothing. It's gonna last for, like, 2 swings, but at the very least it... Never mind. There's a skillet. That'll do better. We'll keep the bread knife on hand just in case. Bad. Ta-da! Okay. Stock some food in the bag. We need to find a can opener, because otherwise we're going to be using the bread knife to open cans, and that's not going to last very long. Toothpaste, nope. Why does nobody ever have medicine in their medicine cabinets in this reality? There we go. Keep thinning the population down, now that we have something I can fight with. Because if we never reduce their numbers, this is never going to get any better. Stealing your hat. Assert dominance by stealing hats. Good old cast iron. It cooks and crushes just as well. Probably should steal a decent pair of pants as well while I'm at it, but for the moment we kind of don't have that kind of time. as you can see, zombies aren't that hard to dispose of as long as you've got something that's reasonably effective. And a big old chunk of iron, usually pretty good. It helps to be in reasonably decent shape as far as your health goes, as you might imagine. Now, was there actually anything back here? No. It is worth noting that zombies will respawn, depending on the settings you have, and they will also migrate to fill empty spaces. So you're never going to completely clear things unless you set your settings such that they will stay cleared. Whoa, frames. Everything went nuts for a second there, I don't know why. There we go. Gained a level of short blunt to make this more effective. Hey. Hey. Bad. You can also, as you saw there, hit multiple zombies as long as your hit contacts multiple of them. Though that is also a setting, which is by default off usually. Usually you're one-on-one with a zombie as far as your attacks go, which seems stupid to me, honestly. So I usually turn on multi-hit. Because if you swing across a few zombies, I feel like you should actually make contact with them. Unless you hit one solidly enough, you ain't passing it. That makes sense. But, like, hitting multiple at reduced damage just seems fine to me. That way you can actually keep a crowd under control. Because otherwise you have to engage Shove Master and hope for the best. There's the truck again. We're no longer a burglar, so we can't hotwire it. And who knows where the dead guy who's got the key went at this point. There's also nothing at this house at this point, so I don't even know why I'm dancing with these zombies. We are getting tired, too, because this guy's unfit. Oh, there it is. There's the failure point. Shit. I realized right before the bad happened that bad was going to happen in a second. I bandaged the wrong thing first. This guy's probably fucked. Game, please. Let me bandage that. There we go. Okay. Immediate disaster averted, but we are probably screwed. All because I got a little too greedy beating up zombies, which I knew was going to happen at some point. Inevitably, I was going to overstay my welcome in one of these fights. Hello, I need a new shirt. Shit fire. With you first. Because you'll notice how much slower we're swinging this cast iron because we're so tired. That's the mistake I made. Is I let myself get too tired, forgetting that this character is still in fact unfit, even though he was doing a really good job for a while. And now that he's injured, he's going to be even worse. So we've got a real serious problem. All I wanted to do was steal a shirt, so I wasn't running around shirtless. There we go. We also lost the hat, but that's to be expected. Anything worth snagging out of all of this? I mean, there's a hand fork, which wouldn't be the worst thing to grab. Go ahead and wear this stolen watch, so we know what time it is. Got a whole lot of Zambonis coming my way. Just close that door. We'll go out the back. Give them a moment to get interested in the doors and walls trying to get in, and then we'll duck out of here. Also gives this guy a second of breathing time anyway, which at this point he desperately needs. Yep, there they go. Now they're beating on the door. Up we go. Yeah, that noise is gonna attract the other zombies that are over here. Oh, there's a lot more zombies over here than I accounted for. Well, fuck me sideways. Gotta go right now. Gotta go. I desperately need to find a spot where there isn't zombies for a few seconds so I can let this guy breathe. This is the problem with being in town, like I was talking about at the beginning of this, is there's so many zombies on these settings. Jesus Christ. Even out here in the woods, there's like more than a few of them just hanging around. Wow, really? That was the slowest swing I've ever seen. I know you're tired, man, but come on, you can do better than that. You're gonna have to do better than that, or you're going to die. I mean, you're probably going to die anyway, because I'm betting that neck injury is probably a bite. And we're probably SOL again. Am I still being followed? Somewhat, yeah. Okay, that side's clear. He's not on screen for the second, so take a seat and catch your breath for a second. This is literally all he needs to do is spend a minute or two chilling, and he'll be okay. We just could not find a single screen without zombies on it for him to sit down and catch his breath. Yeah, we have the key presumably to his own house, and that's about it. Our health is in terrible shape. Here come the zombies. Time to go. And I could have stayed in that house longer and waited for them to actually break the door down and let him rest in there. But I would prefer not to have them destroy too much if I can help it. Because I don't know where I'm going to be setting up shop yet, and I'd rather not have to rebuild more than I have to do that. So probably not going to be setting up a permanent base anywhere in this town. We're probably going to go anywhere else. I feel like when I redid the settings for stream, I screwed up a setting somewhere. There's so many more zombies than there were on the settings I had before. Like, way more than I think the number change I made would be accounting for. But I clearly misunderstood something. 'Cause I wanted a decent amount of them, but I didn't want this many. I didn't want every square inch of the map to be covered in zombies. Of course. And I don't have a hammer anymore, so I can't just bust the door open. Oh, this watch has a fucking alarm. Are you kidding me? Why? Goddamn people and their goddamn alarms. Can't steal a watch in peace because it starts beeping at me. And yes, I know what I said. I don't care. we're still exerted, but we're not bad off. We got good sight angles here, so let's just chill here for a second, because we're not currently being pursued that I know of either. Of course. The second I sit down and take a drink... Hi. Let's not and say we did, shall we? You'll notice he also walks quicker when he's not exerted, which just makes sense. He's not breathing heavy and fucking hacking up a lung anymore, so he moves properly. He's just got a big old hole in his neck and many other slashes and abrasions all over his body. That tree also moved, so I'm pretty sure there's more zombies about. Later, everybody, I'm out of here. Is that the horde I died in? I don't think so. It might have moved that far up by now, though. It's been a bit. But time to leave civilization behind, just like the last guy, in the hopes of finding things I can work with. Around the... Yeah, we're gonna eventually meet back up with where all of that stuff over there was, so that's fine. There might be a building or two on this side of that whole setup that I didn't look at. Like this one right underneath us here. Though that's still on the road grid, so there's probably gonna be a bit of a mess around here, but let's take a look. Of course it's locked. And of course it's infested. Ew, boy. 4 zombies in there, huh? And a zombie hanging out here, too. Okay. Fuck you. Of course, the problem with whacking people with a pan is it's not exactly subtle. The loud clang of a pan across the forehead really tends to give you away. Of course it's locked. Sanctuary! Sanctuary! Of course the church is locked up. Of course it is. Sanctuary for all my ass. Nope, not happening. How about this door? Nope. This one? Nope. How about this window? Hey! We're gonna only have a few seconds to dig through this, but maybe we'll find something. Nope, this church is full of bubkiss. Thank you, religion, for nothing once again. Of course, you know, going near a church at a time like this is probably also not a great idea, considering the graveyard. Depending on why there's zombies. Hopefully that's not them banging on this door. Nope, they're banging on the church still. Fantastic. Because they still think I'm in there. Nope, nothing useful on you. I mean, the sack could be debatably useful, but no, we need to go. Because I could carry the sack in my other hand, I'm pretty sure, and use it as another container. Oh, boy. Why did my vision disappear? Well, that was weird. That's not concerning at all, as everything went black. Oh, wow, it sucks around here. Nope, that house sucks too. Not sure if locked or empty. At the moment, doesn't matter. Might be able to find something in here. And for anybody you thinking, like, well, he wouldn't be chased by so many zombies if he didn't fly through like a bull through a china shop. It's like, well, yeah, but I also wouldn't get anything done today. This is also much more entertaining, I would presume, to watch me flee in panic across the ages. Don't have a screwdriver anymore, so we need that. As much as I love video games, they won't help me in this reality. An empty kettle would be nice, but it does not actually help us in any way that I know of. I could probably, like, boil water with it if I needed to, but other than that... Duffel bag. That would contain more than the school bag, but we don't have time to fiddle our inventory around, so just grab it and go. Once more, out the window we go. Jesus. You know, I'm kind of glad we didn't go over here with the other guy, because it sucks over here. Judging from the blood all over the side of the building here, I might have been near here before. In fact, once I get a little bit more distance here, let's take a look at the map. Yes, this is the farmhouse we were at when I had to bug out of there and run for my life. So that blood was my fault. Campsite. Anything here? Apparently the cooler is not lootable, so that's a thing. Ooh, uncooked pasta. That doesn't have any water, though, it looks like. And it's uncooked, so I'd have to sit there with the campfire. Hello, sir. You're worth stopping to deal with, because you might have something useful. I am tired, though. I gotta watch out for that. Nice. Yep, big hiking bag, egg, and some military clothes, though that's not as important. Boots are definitely better than shoes, so give me those. So I was going to use the duffel bag, but the big hiking bag I think is better. Yes, more capacity and better encumbrance reduction. But for now, gotta go. Gotta blast. Okay, we got a nice big open field. Put hiking bag in hand. Transfer items from school bag to hiking bag. Come on. Really wish this guy was dexterous right about now. Just making sure I'm not being snuck up on. Okay, school bag can go away now. This on my back. And we could carry the duffel bag in our hand for now. And have more space. Sweatband doesn't matter. Get that crap out of here. Throw the sneakers away because I don't need those either. Okay, we now have a good bit of carrying space. Though the duffel will have to go away if I'm going to start using a two-handed weapon. But for the time being, this'll do. We can now carry whatever my heart's desire. I was gonna also feed my character, but zombies were coming, so we'll run first, then eat. There we go. Have a seat. Get your blood pressure under control again. I don't have anything to open the cans with. The bread knife doesn't work. Well, that's a problem. Guess you're just gonna have to be hungry till we get somewhere or else there, buddy. You know, now I'm kind of hoping that the entire rich district up here didn't burn to the ground. Because otherwise we're gonna be in for a big disappointment. Because this whole patch on our way up there is empty as far as we know. So I'm actually going to cut back this way and hit that little shack that's over there, because I don't remember what was in it. I think something that could be used as a can opener might have been there. Worst case, we might be able to find something I can use somewhere. At the very least, we're in better shape than we were. Just not, you know, great shape. I should also be changing these bandages. Yep, infected. Yay. Do I have another one on hand? I do. Okay. I wasn't changing the neck bandage unless I knew... Oh, Jesus, that's still lacerated. Ew. That would have been bad. And that had... We had the good bandage on the hand wound, too, like an idiot. I'm gonna keep the bandage because that's actually worth cleaning, unlike the rags. If I can clean that, we'll actually be able to put that on the neck wound and probably help it better. Because I believe those do have different properties. I don't know that, I just believe that. Because it would make sense for a purpose-made bandage to do a better job than random piece of torn shirt. I'm also checking the zombies to see if I can find the previous incarnation of ourselves amongst them. Because if I can find old me, I can get our stuff back, and that will help. Because we died not too far from here. We died somewhere down this way. Yeah, I seem to recall. But they can wander pretty far afield, so there would still be a chance it'd be around here. Nothing I want. Oh wait, wasn't this the barn that only had just piles of... Yeah, it had piles of haystacks in it and nothing else. Because, you know, it's a barn. Okay, why is my CPU going insane? Hold up. It might have been the game, because as soon as I paused, it stopped going nuts. Let me do a thing. Hang on. Windows, please. Okay, fine. And nothing else is taking much. We've had this discussion before, and it proved out that the moment I wasn't looking, something was deciding to use a bunch of CPU. Ooh, for like a download or something that I'd left open. But it won't let me have my taskbar on this screen, so to hell with it. It seems to have normalized now anyway, so I'm just not going to worry about it. I cannot hide in the doghouse. I intended to open that on the way by, but he jumped it, so you know what? Oh no. Oh. Speaking of oh no, that's an actual oh no. A whole fucking another horde of zombies while I'm trying to find a place to get food and rest is, not ideal. It's also worth bringing up the fact that it is my intention, since it's October, you know, Halloween and everything's coming up, I'm going to try to pull together lists to do some theme days. Specifically themed around on various monsters and things like that, just as a nice little purpose to a day, basically. Because there's plenty of games out there that are all about insert monster here. So we can always just use that information, basically, is the idea. Keep things a little bit interesting. Really got a whole... I've got a lot of stuff, but a lot of nothing, again. And the problem is, running up here isn't really going to help that much because we've already scavenged that. But there's these couple road splits over here that might lead to something. And part of the reason I'm running up there, like I was talking about before, is to see whether the house I set up to catch on fire actually burned or not. Though, considering we haven't seen any burning zombies out this way yet, it's either not been burning long, or it didn't get nearly as out of hand as the trailer park I set on fire. Which, either of those would be believable, honestly, because that trailer park basically exploded. Also, 0 out of 10 do not recommend tromping through these woods with zero sight available. Really not a good idea. But walking out on the road's not a great idea either. So, Definitely a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation as far as that goes. I wonder if some of the CPU used spiking is because the pathing AI has been going nuts. It might. Some of the spiking definitely is happening when there's a lot of zombies around. And I don't know how they run their pathing in this game. And I've definitely seen pathing AI lead to CPU usage going absolutely bananas. Ooh, trauma bag. There we go. I think saliva is a vector for infection with the settings I've got, so we will go ahead and put the medical mask on. We don't want the scalpel, that won't help. We will snag that trauma bag, though. Specifically, we'll toss it on the ground and empty it, though, because it's not much better than a duffel bag, I don't think. But it does have a regular bandage and some adhesive bandages in it. I don't actually know how to use things like the suture needles, but I'll take them anyway. And I'm not going to use the antidepressants. I don't really need those. How good is the bag? If it's better than a duffel bag, I might carry it. 65. No, I think it's identical to a duffel bag. Yeah, it is literally the exact same. It's just trauma team colors. That's what I figured. And our neck bandage is already dirty again, as I expected. So pull that off. Put that on there. There we go. That should also hold it a bit better than a rag. Good thing I double-checked that ambulance, because I thought I checked that on our way up here the first time, because I think... Yeah, we were on this road before. This is the road I took that really long walk on before to get up there in the first place. We're just able to run this time, so it's not as bad. It's also daytime, so we can actually tell what the hell's going on. Let's head out this way and see... Well, do I want to go this way or do I want to go up and left? No, I think up and left is more likely to lead to something quicker. Because if I'm guessing at the design of this area correctly, there's going to be another couple houses over here. Like little clusters of rich people houses. But only small amounts of houses together. We never did find a map of this specific area. We know a lot about Louville, that's all the way over there. But that doesn't help. If I could ever get access to that truck or get another working car, we could actually drive over there and actually know what the hell we're getting into. Though, with how big that area is, that place is probably swarming with zombies. Okay, we're only moderately exerted. We can just stand here and wait for that zombie to come to us, and hopefully get some more energy back in the meanwhile as well. The fact that we're hungry and thirsty, though, is not going to help our cause. I want to take a look in the trunk of that car if I can. It's looking like, yeah, that ain't going to happen. Yes, yes, I know. Oh my god, there's zombies! Yeah, it's almost like we took out a good 20 of them on our way here, but you know. Feel free to still be concerned about the concept of zombies. Also, it's a hell of a thing that the floor itself has a capacity limit. Because you'll notice there's a 50 capacity, but I guess that represents filling the tile itself, so there's like no room to pile stuff there anymore. Also, my estimation of what would be over here appears to be wildly incorrect. Because I would have figured we would have hit houses by now if there were going to be houses. Because I thought they were, like, right here. There could still be something up here, but I have no idea what we're getting into at this point. But, start as you mean to go on. We've already started, so... So we're far enough away from the zombies that were behind us, we probably should take a rest and get his exertion down, so we can actually move forward at a reasonable pace again. Last thing we need is for him to have no energy when we run into the next bunch of zombies. I'm also not sure if I agree with the concept of a screwdriver not being able to open a can. It wouldn't be the easiest option for getting into a can, but if you're hungry enough, you're gonna figure it out. Especially when you consider that this is a game where a kitchen knife can open a can. So I'm not sure if that's default game or if that's one of the mods I have in at this point. Because, like I was talking about at the beginning of this, I do have a bunch of quality of life mods and such going that add more interactions between the various items to fill in gaps where things didn't make sense. And I'm getting the distinct impression that this might be a road that's leading to another town instead of leading in. Yeah, holy. So that's a problem. Excuse me, pardon me. You don't see me, I don't exist. Yeah, seeing that many zombies in a pile just scared the hell out of this poor boy. Gotta go. I really should have tried to make any of those cars work. On the bright side, seeing a horde probably encouraged him to run better. Because I'm noticing we were running faster, and now we're slowing down. Our sprinting is almost up to the next level as well. But I think he's tired enough that he's not properly sprinting anymore to gain more experience. So the sprint experience is also kind of random in this game, in case anybody's wondering about that. It's a little weird. People were complaining about that, and there is a mod to fix it. I just didn't use it because I didn't know enough about it yet. Nope. So how are either of these cars doing? Because if either of them are intact enough and they're not locked, we might be in luck. Well, this one sure ain't. This might be the worst car I've ever seen. Everything is under 20%. Wow. This car got devastated. How about this one? Like, I'm assuming neither of these are in great shape, considering they obviously collided. But... ooh. This one might actually be worse. Yeah, no, this one's actually worse. Oof. Oof. This is why a lot of the cars I wasn't bothering to check, because I'm used to seeing all of them being very badly damaged or missing parts. I'm not used to them being that badly damaged, though. Whew. But the character I also checked the most cars on was also the guy that was lucky, so there's that. I wonder if it's almost entirely because of the lucky trait that that guy survived as long as he did. It would make sense, because I found a lot of good stuff that kept him alive. Because, like, he had a bag full of guns and ammo and everything. He also had a working car. He was living the good life. Till the infection killed him. As happens to everyone eventually. As you can see, getting into car trunks is a little fiddly. Nope. Well. How far have we run so far? God damn. We ran farther than I thought. That much is sure. We might actually get to a new town. Which is not what I meant to do, but you know what? It's happening. And I'm carrying enough bags, I may as well be moving. God damn. This car already doesn't look great, but why not? If the engine wasn't at 0%, I'd say this was in better shape than the other ones. But the engine is destroyed. It straight up just doesn't. It won't turn over even if you try. It's actually a worthwhile reason to carry the empty bottle. Pan man away! I do hope we find something soon, otherwise this is gonna be a real long run of nothing. Now this at least has gas in it. You can tell because the siphon gas prompt showed up. This might actually be a car that can actually do something. As long as the engine still exists and we can get into it. Nope, the engine is... Oh no, the engine exists. Barely, but it exists. Hang on, we might have something here. I may just have to quickly search around and see if I can find the keys. If the keys aren't still in the ignition. This one still has gas, too. So let's siphon the gas from this one. And we'll try to see about getting into the other car. This was also why I grabbed that bottle, by the way, because you can actually store gasoline in a bottle. The bottle is full, but at least it's got some gasoline in it. Yeah, the car's locked, as expected. Now, if we go into forage mode, though, we might be able to search the area nearby and find the keys. What is this? Broken fishing trap. Now, there's no guarantee the keys are going to be near here at all. Some zombie might have the keys. It might be some random location somewhere. Keys might not even exist. But it's worth checking the area around it just in case the keys are here. So it's not looking good. My forge might not be good enough to spot them. It might just not be here. It's gonna keep pointing at things that it's found as well. Like, hey, stupid, grab this. It's like, well, I don't want it. Grab it anyway. Yeah, no, I don't think the keys are here. Okay. Well, it was worth a shot. So that car is dead in the water. Because without being a burglar, we can't hotwire, and without the keys, we can't get in it. So, that car doesn't exist. We just ended up with a bottle full of 1 point worth of gasoline out of that exchange, and nothing to put it in. Because, you know, that's what I need to be bringing around with me instead of a bottle of water, is a bottle full of gasoline. Which, knowing me, yeah, no, that checks out, actually. Priorities. Can I set things on fire, or can I put out the fire? On the bright side, most of our negative effects have actually all gone away. Aside from being hungry and thirsty, because we are still very hungry and thirsty. To change the bandage on our neck. Hey, we gained another first aid level by trying to fix our neck. Our first aid's actually probably pretty good by now. Yeah, level 2, going into level 3. Nice. Is that sadness or tired? Tired. We have been running basically for miles at this point, without much real rest. So that's not surprising that he's exhausted. I really should have turned to see if these were burned at this point, but, well. We're very far away now, so I ain't turning around. Not unless I find a car. This venture, though, gotta say, definitely was a mistake. Running out here was a mistake. It's just a mistake I'm committed far enough on that I'm not turning around. I also would not be shocked if the moment we get where we're going, I get eaten by zombies immediately. Or we are actually, in fact, infected, and the moment we get there, the infection kicks in and we just drop dead. Because that is exactly how that works in this game, by the way. Is if, when the infection kicks in, you just straight die. Just instantly... I guess we'll pull out the map again. Just gonna put a little fire symbol there to remind me that that's a possibility. If there was a question mark, I would have put a question mark next to it, but there isn't a question mark symbol in here. A sad face around where we had died before. Somewhere around there. There we go. Totally useful symbols on the map for the future. I will totally remember what those mean. I just realized. Oh no, we do have a belt. I was looking at the icon down there, I'm like, is there a belt there? But yeah, we have a belt. Emergency knife on belt. Good screwdriver on belt. While we're waiting for him to rest, we may as well do some useful things, you know? Okay. He's rested enough that he can move properly again. I could wait out the full exertion, but I don't think it would actually help that much. I think it's a matter of all things are equal on that one. Also, our strength is actually much higher than I'm used to it ever being. But that's because he's stout, so he got extra strength. Oh yeah, we're a lifeguard, right? Ooh, a crossroads. Maybe this crossroads leads to something? Hopefully? Which way do I go? That is the better question. We have run so far. It's insane. Let's go this way. I have a bad feeling running this way is going to lead us just back to the town we already were in, and we're going to have to run that entire distance to get back, but I'm curious. This will at least get me some closure as far as that goes. So we may have to, like, walk off into the woods and sleep and hope for the best. out in the grass because this man is tired. And he ain't getting any better. Computer, you okay? Okay, we didn't drop any frames or have any encoder overloads any of the times the CPU usage went nuts, so that's good. I think it's rendering a whole new area, so it was getting mad for a second. Which means hopefully there's actually something over here. Because I think I ran off into a different chunk. Only time will tell, though. Oh, the excitement of a marathon run across the longest road in history. Which would probably have only taken a few minutes if I'd just gotten a car. But no, I had to go run off for curiosity's sake, and now here we are out in the middle of absolute nowhere with another crossroad. Well, there's a mailbox, so maybe this leads to a house? With the mailbox being there, that means the house would be this way. Yeah, we found a farm, so we might have found something. We just gotta figure out where it is. Problem is, this is another big damn farm. And the actual house could be anywhere, judging from the way it was laid out on the last one. The mailbox does not have to, in fact, be anywhere near the building. With my luck, I probably ran the wrong way and the house was like 2 feet the other way. Just speed up time for a moment while he rests. Because there's no zombies near us as far as I can tell, so speeding up time won't hurt anything. And I think you can actually walk around in fast time. I haven't actually tried that. Nope, it goes back to normal time. Well, that's sadness. Because if I could walk in fast speed, we all know I would be making this trip in fast mode. Just go... There we go, he's no longer exerted. I should have been doing that from the word go, so we could actually have more energy for running. But I didn't even think about the time speed-ups we have. This is a big farm plot, too. I think this is bigger than the other one. Oh, we found a fence. We found a building! Yay! This is when we walk up and there's like 60 zombies in here and I just walk into them. Well, this is not a useful building. Well... But hopefully that means there's a house nearer here? There's a doghouse, too. Hey, house! I hate being right. And it's barricaded up, too. And we don't have anything to remove barricades with, I don't think. So that's an inconvenience. We can wait till they break it down, but we're gonna be here for a while if we wait for that. God damn it. team will get through first? Team window or team door? I feel like the ones beating on the window are gonna get through first. The character's also freaking out because he's watching an army of zombies beating the wall down. What a time to not have anything to throw or shoot or any of that. Oh wow, the way they're banging on that wall is also really loud. Hang on, let me fix that for y'all. Because that is way louder than I thought it was. Apparently my ears are just wrong today. And wrong yesterday, apparently, too. But that's neither here nor there. Sorry about that. I just was watching that meter jumping, like, way higher than everything else. That should be better. No, that's apparently still really loud. Is that just ignoring the volume settings? Well, it definitely was one of those, but it seems to be fine now. It's no longer beating on my eardrums. Hey, they finally made it through the door, too. Good, now we just lead these idiots on a merry chase, and then we'll come back to the house. Come along. Look at you, clearing that fence with ease. Very impressive. And then attacking the fence. Well done. That's 2 of them gotten rid of. A bunch of them are out of the house. Oh, of course, you're extremely panicked now. The worst time for him to be panicking. Of course, it's also the worst time for me to be hiccuping, and yet here we are. Come on, figure out the fence, please. And the time it takes you to figure out that fence, I'm gonna be able to get over this other one, and then loop all the way around. Bye. At the very least, going the long way around like this should buy me some time to actually get in there. It's not gonna lose them by any stretch of the imagination, I'm sure. But it should buy me a bit of time. And hopefully all of them have come out. Though that body that's laying there might be a zombie. I don't know, somebody's still in here. God damn it. Damn it, Jeb. Couldn't go out with the whole family. Why you gotta have such a hard head, too? You'd be so kind as to have your skull pop. That'd be great. I'm real tired. Thank you. Okay, good. You're actually dead. Excellent. Oh, sounds like we've got guests. Can opener, thank God. Okay, that solves all my problems. Whoo! Look at this! Give me all of these things. I mean, it's a busted up used crowbar, but it's fine. Throwing knife. We're not taking the shovel because shovels are cursed. The bush machete really wasn't doing us any favors. So that'll do. Let's get out of here before they figure out how to get in here. Or get out of where they are, apparently? Apparently that wasn't the ones outside, unless they were hitting the other side of the building. Which they might have been. But at the very least, I can now just skitter off into the distance over here and sort our issues out. Well, well. fix our neck injury first. Yep, still in bad shape. That's fine. Our first aid's gotten good enough that we don't actually get that bad off in the time it takes us to fix that. Go ahead and open both those fruit cocktail cans. We'll just eat them both. Would have liked to be able to find somewhere over there to sleep, too, but with the amount of zombies, sleeping is going to be tricky. I'll have to clean them out if I want to make use of that house that way. And that wouldn't be the worst idea I've had, but it wouldn't be a great idea either, if I'm honest. I know a Seeks is good. I've used it before in this game. The cast iron skillet's still holding together, though. We'll go ahead and put one of these on our belt, though. Throw away the bread knife. Because this is certainly better than a bread knife. 0.6 to 1.2, even without much short blade, and as opposed to 0.1 to 0.4. Go away. Put this in the bag. Throw that away. At the rate we're not finding things, the duffel bag that I'm carrying around might be pointless. But I'm trying. I'm trying to make sure that I'm prepared. Where'd the duffel bag go? Apparently I misplaced the duffel bag at some point. No, I do still have it, it's just not... Oh, right. I missed this a while ago. When I ended up with the gasoline with the gasoline bottle in my other hand, the duffel bag's been in my pocket the entire time since then. Oh, good job, me. Way to pay attention. It's not been an issue, so I didn't even think about it. I was gonna say, because if I lost the duffel bag, I could always just use the crowbar as a weapon instead. God damn it. You really... Yep, you really scratched your forearm jumping over that. Well, all I've got for that's a dirty bandage, so get over it. Now that we've rested, though, let's take another look around in here and see if we can deal with what's about in here. Not that one? Was it what the... How in the... How was he in that room and we didn't run into him? Because apparently... He just came out of the door that we just were in, that I checked to see if he was behind in the laundry room. How? What? So I'm not crazy, right? Somebody else saw him come out through this door here? But we turned and looked in here, and... Oh, he came in through the window. Okay. Oh! The rest of the zombies figured it out. They heard the dinner bell and came home. We are so tired now, though. That's not good. Awareness reduction and at night means this is very sketch what I'm doing here. On the bright side, we're managing to clobber both of them together, so that's helpful. But we're so wore out that we're not really clobbering them effectively. Thankfully, since we're counting as standing on both of them, I don't think they're going to get up. This is just going to take a very long time. 1. 2. Okay. Problem is, there's still more in there. We saw more of them go in. Just have a seat on the zombies. Probably better than sitting on the ground, honestly. A little awkward, but probably still better. Just gotta hope we don't get snuck up on because of my lowered awareness. While we catch our breath after bashing a pair of zombies into the floor. What's the pan doing? It's still fine. Its damage is going down very, very slowly. We're also not recovering very quickly. Ugh. Oh, that's the banging I'm hearing right now. This one still hasn't figured out how to handle a gate. I'm gonna switch to the blade for a bit, because it should take less endurance to use. Well, this is a thing. There we go. There's something concerning to be said about the boredom down proc that happened there. I know it was because of the TV, but it was very awkward timing, having the boredom down thing pop up right as I was stabbing a zombie in the face. It is dark as hell up here. Why are there no lights up there? Why is it dark and sad? The thing is, I don't know if there's a zombie up here. Maybe I can let some moonlight in? That helped a little. We're also super exhausted. Okay, the lights are on in here. Some gloves. Because the problem is, we're close enough to that zombie that's trying to get over the fence that I'm a little worried about them figuring out how to get to me. If I try to Hello! A tomahawk. Another knife. Kinds of good stuff here. It's like, we're gonna be sleeping long enough that it could become a problem. Spiked baseball bat. Okay. Okay. These people were prepared, apparently. Didn't help them, but they were prepared. An actual machete? Whew. Happy days are here again. This room is far enough away from the staircase and the entrance, though. This one might be okay. I don't have any means of barricading the door, otherwise I would. But at least it'll be a closed door. So we'll at least know it if our death is on its way to us. We just won't be able to do anything about it. Which, not sure if that's better or not, honestly, but, you know, is what it is. Let's put on a clean shirt. Can't get better pants here, but at least we'll have a clean shirt when we die. Oh, fingers crossed. Because at the rate he's going, he's not going to get any better anyway, so just hope for the best. When we wake up, we'll scavenge the rest of the house if we're still alive. So considering we have no negative effects on the side there, we might actually be okay. And I'm not hearing anything beating its way in. We're okay. Huh. That other zombie must have just not figured out the gate or didn't realize we're up here. That is surprisingly lucky. At the rate this has been going, I really expected that to have gone wrong. Go ahead and steal these jeans, because they'll be better than our shorts. And just go through and rip up everything I can to make bandages, I think. I don't think there's any point in taking that key, because I think it's just a key to somewhere in the house, which we've already raided the entire house, so... won't really help anything. It probably was to the front door that got beat open by the zombies for me. Which, we're not staying here. At the rate this place has been ripped apart, there's no point. Oh, wow, half of those were dirty. What do you know? Shocking. Let's get our neck patched up again. Oh, our neck healed! We're actually okay. Well, I'll be damned. We have fully healed. That is the first today where we finally have fully healed. God damn. Let's clean that bandage while we're here as well, because that will be very useful. Clean us. Whew, we actually got through that whole disaster alive. I'm very surprised. Patrick has become a very different man at this point, but he's alive. Hey there, Amber. Hope you're doing well. We've been going through it. Getting through this. I did notice that. I was going to be starting to ask people about that after seeing how well it played out today. So I've been enjoying it in my off time a little bit, but I wasn't sure if I was super sold on playing it long term still. So I wanted to see how everybody felt about it and see how I felt about it further before starting to ping people. But maybe we can figure something out in the next couple days about this, especially since it's still October. I might start hosting a server for this, depending on how many people are interested. Pop open this can of pineapple. There we go. That gets the hunger out of the way. So I am definitely going to have to work on settings a bit more, I think, because the amount of zombies on these settings are still a little wild. But with multiple people, it probably wouldn't be as bad. As it stands, in any population center, it has been super sketchy. Oh yeah, that's where I left the bread knife, right. We're in good enough shape now. I could run back and see if that area I set up to catch on fire actually burned or not. But that also would mean a lot of walking back, and I don't really feel like walking all that way back right now. So there was a farm over here. Which way do I want to go? I'll just cut down this way and meet up with the road down there. So I suppose the other question, though, Amber, is how much do you actually like this game and how much have you played it? Because I seem to recall that the hours shown for you weren't very high, so I thought you didn't like it. But it might just be that the initial learning curve on this game was a thing, as it sure is. This game is mean. Fair. That is entirely understandable. This is definitely an experience that would be better with additional bodies running around. Because, like, I've done things like this alone for the longest time. I do have a command for that if you want to take a look at the list. Here. Just pick off of that list whichever one sounds good to you. Keeping in mind, of course, I'm already the skeleton, so that one wouldn't be much of an option. I thought I got rid of the alarm on that one. Sure, I'll get you that in a second. Let me make this alarm stop first. There we go. That is this one. I still need to work on actually getting those automated, but for the time being, it's a button press away, so it's not that bad. Well, we found another highway. I don't think that's the same highway we were on before either. Oh, no, it is. Those do connect. I thought I ran further than that. But eventually we will find something again. Well, something happened here. There's blood everywhere. I didn't do it this time. I don't think. No, I wasn't over here. There's no way I could have made that. I really should consider once again getting rid of this duffel bag that has nothing in it. I feel like it's adding to my exertion. Duct tape and some tissue. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume this car is no good, but we may as well check. Maybe we'll get lucky. This car certainly doesn't look like it's any... Yep. Engine is dead. The engine is very dead. Okay. That one doesn't help. Oh, and on the note of the forms, while my brain is still thinking about it, I am going to be working on the Halloween special one probably on Sunday? I might work on it a bit tonight if I get a good idea for it. Depends on how inspiration ends up shaking out today. But I do have every intention of making something special for Halloween. There we go. What's the fruit stand got? Shocking. Fruit. What do you know? Never would have guessed. You know, just eat the orange hole. It's fine. Nice. Did you have it already, or did you get one made / make one recently? I was wondering with the watermelon. Needs to be sliced or smashed before it can be eaten. Okay. Because technically I could use, like, the skeleton or something for Halloween, but I want to make something special. So it only makes sense to make a new thing. Because it's been a little bit since I made another new one. Maybe. I haven't decided what I'm going to do with it yet. It might be a costume, it might just be a modification. I don't know yet. I am open to ideas. So I will put that in the thought pool. I don't think I would do a mummy. I think a mummy might be a little too simple. Because all it would end up being is just a bunch of bandages. Unless I come up with something crazy for it. Which, you know, maybe something would happen there. I mean, a zombie would be pretty simple, too, but... At least I can put a spin on that, probably. Mummy I can't think of much for right now. But it's always a possibility. Yeah. Okay, that one didn't count. There we go. None of you had body armor. Wait. Double holster. Gimme. Single holster. Yeah. That's the thing, is there's a lot you can do, but at the same time not, if that makes sense. I'm not sure how much I could end up doing with it to make it unique in a way that I'd be happy with, I think is the better phrasing. Put the first aid kit on the ground so I can open it. Grab that. Because there also needs to be the right balance between how much time and effort I'm going to be spending on making it, too. Because I can't dedicate, like, the whole month to making it, or I'm not going to get anything else done. This car is intact enough to run, but it has no gas. I have a bottle with 1 unit of gas in it. Just need to find the keys. If it's locked. Did they leave the keys in it? Am I gonna be lucky? I can get in it. No keys in the ignition. Damn it. It was worth a try. Let me double check something, because I thought I saw a wheel symbol as well, so I think one of the tires might be dead, and I didn't notice. Before I bother trying to find the... And no, the tires are intact, they're just not great. Okay. Let's search around here and see if I can spot the keys, then. We might get lucky. If I can just find the keys, then we can get around a lot quicker for the time that 1 unit of gas will last, which isn't long, but it'd be better than nothing. It's not looking good, though. Not seeing keys. Let me double check the inventories of the dead, because maybe I missed it on one of them. No, unless their earrings are the key, I don't think so. The deputy's jacket wouldn't be the worst thing either. We lost my hat before, so we'll go ahead and get a new hat. No, it would slow us down and it would warm us up more. We'll just go ahead and leave that. Oh well. Still no car. It's a good thing our sprinting level is getting up there, otherwise this would be very inconvenient. Yeah, and I do have a couple ideas on a list in my brain stirring around, but I'm going to keep them under my hat as a surprise. In case I do go for them. I have mentioned a couple of them to people before. Or in passing, but who knows if anybody remembers me talking about those. I'm gonna guess that this is just an unplanted farm field and there's nothing here. The farmhouse is definitely not going to be in the middle of the field. Okay, yeah, we've definitely been getting better as far as our running distance goes, because we only just now got to moderate exertion after running up and down that whole field. So our sprinting level definitely is helping that. Our fitness level isn't really going up much at all, which makes me sad, but that's not surprising. Hi. That's a lot of zombies. I'm gonna try something for a second here. So I've never tried these. Eat. Oh. Okay. Well, these are kind of stupid. Stupid in a good way. I think I'm not gonna use these anymore. These seem a little too good. I added a mod that allowed me to have throwing knives, and I figured they would be kind of terrible. Turns out, they might be broken. So... might not use these anymore. Because I think I know how they implemented them, and that's why they're broken. Because I think what they did is, rather than implementing a projectile, all they did was make it a melee attack with the range listed. Which basically just means you can stab the air. I'm just gonna put those away. Those are gonna be emergency use only. Because that's just stupid. Like, I kind of love it because that will make my life very simple, but I also am not about to make my life that easy. What you got? Shell's Bandelier's nice, but I already have seen a bullet bandolier, and we still haven't needed that either. I'm going to forgo my temptation to pick up that lighter as well, because we all know what I'm going to do with that if I pick that up. So I'm just going to not. Lock is broken. I think that's the first time I've ever seen that prompt. I don't think I've ever seen my character prompt me that the lock is broken. Huh. Usually things are either locked or not locked, not broken. Huh. Sounds good. Much appreciated. Considering the interesting nights I've been having recently where I keep waking up in the middle of the night once or twice every night for the past few nights, I'm probably not gonna go too awful long today anyway. Because it is taking its toll. And I don't know why I keep waking up. It used to happen all the time, and then for quite a while it stopped, and it's back now. It's very annoying. Like, I wasn't exactly getting great sleep before, but now interrupted sleep on top of not great sleep is decidedly unhelpful. I'm hoping that this different path over here will lead to something. Presumably parts of the farm that's over here. But we'll find out. Actually, I should probably look at the map. I'm not even on this part of the map anymore. Well, at least it's somewhere we haven't been, so... who knows? So the fact that it's turning back the way we came is not ideal. I suspect that that's not going to help anything. Really thinking this road might have been a non-starter. Wait. We've got a road with a different color patch to it now. Oh, because it's dirt road over here. That may or may not do anything for me. Who knows? I'm going to go out on a limb and assume probably not going to be useful. I think this is just another case of it made a big old circle of nothing. Wait, no, the road's ending. Huh. You know, on the note of not helpful, I feel like that ends up being the same thing either way. I guess we can take a look around the vicinity and see if there's a building near where the road ended. Ah, yes. Let me answer the phone for a potential spam number. Yes, how about we don't do that? There really is a whole lot of nothing here. This is incredibly disappointing. I find myself once again wishing that any of those cars were workable. Let's just take the direct route back to the highway and go further northwest and hope we find something. At this point, I wouldn't even mind finding a heavily populated town with a bunch of zombies in it or anything, because at the very least something will happen. I think we've been running out in the middle of nowhere for the past, like, hour or so at this point. Which, occasionally things have happened, at least, so it's not been a waste of everyone's time entirely, but just, like, yikes. A lot of empty road out here. Running and running and running. let's just give the poor guy a rest while I figure out something for him to drink. Which is going to involve, like, fruit or something, because we don't have any water. No, pineapple's only hunger and unhappiness. Well, that's fine. Eat it anyway, because you're probably going to be getting hungry soon anyway. That, I guess the soup would be the only other one that might help thirst. I would have figured the fluid from the pineapple would be good enough for thirst. Yeah, that at least helps a little. Probably so much salt in that soup that it probably really isn't going to help that much. But it made the negative effect go away, so I'll take it. There we go. And away! Actually, how much encumbrance is the bag itself? 1. I'm gonna just put that in the hiking bag so I have the hand free. Until I have a reason for the duffel bag to be in my hand, I'm just gonna stop having it be there. Because what I can then do is put the seeks away and bring out the crowbar. This way we're both ready to open a door as needed with it, or open a skull. Either one will be fine by me. And if the crowbar gives up the ghost on me, we have the seek on the belt, so we'll be fine. And of course, having cured 4 of our thirst, we are immediately thirsty again. That actually makes sense. I don't remember exactly where that fruit stand was on the road. I think it's a bit too far to go back for it. I mean, when we hit the intersection, we can check, but I think that's the fruit stand over there. I should have marked it on the map, but I also didn't anticipate thinking about turning around. We really are just running so far. Who knew that running away from your problems might actually work sometimes? Because we had no end to zombie problems back where we were. I gotta stop saying things! Because Jesus, that's a lot of zombies. Just gonna go around that. We didn't see that. That wasn't there. It wasn't real. That's a sledgehammer. Can't put that in my bag either. It's too heavy. It's just barely too much. Yeah, I don't want to check that truck that badly. But if we're seeing a manhole, we might actually be close to a town finally. Because there wouldn't be manholes like that out in the middle of absolute nowhere, I would figure. Is what pipelining would it be leading to if there was nothing here? I mean, there's a chance that it spawned as a set piece with nothing actually there, but I'm hoping that this might be massive amounts of coping happening. There's also every reality in which I took the wrong of the 2 roads, and I'm going the completely wrong direction to find anything, again. Oh, we found a gas can. Go ahead and pop that in my bag. I said I'm gonna pop that in my bag. Thank you. Let's see how well the crowbar does. Bunk. Even for a bad crowbar, this is doing decently, but we need to go. We ain't winning that fight right now. Not when my CPU was starting to go nuts again. So I think we hit a render section where it started rendering a whole new area again. So it was getting upset. Well, we can siphon gas from here. Just has a jack. I need to find the right spot again. There we go. Of course this is locked. These are paramedics, though, so one of them might have the key. Nope, not getting me. Forget about it. Okay, that's both of them disposed of. Don't worry, you'll be with your friends soon in the afterlife properly. There, you're free now. Hey, Chevalier, not... Oh, wait, that's the wrong car, though. I don't think these are a Chevalier. More specifically, I don't think that's a Nyla. That's the... No, the key symbol did pop up, though. Or is it popping up for the other one and freaking out? Yeah, it is popping up for this one. Okay. Well, first we need to get rid of you, so I can figure that out. Don't get up. No one said you could get up. There is gas in it. Just gotta hope that it's in good enough shape that it'll move. Come on. Yes! We in business. We got a car. We out of here. It is a disaster of a car, but it's a car. That's a treat. Well, that adventure didn't last long because the frame rate decided, hey, you know what you're not going to be allowed to do? Steer again after dodging this. Well, that went about as expected. There's a shovel through him. I'm assuming it's actually meant to be on their back, but it just looks like it's jammed through them. I'm so mad that that went that way, though, because I have driven very well in this game before. Not this time, though. Apparently, this time I just completely balls that turn up instantaneously. And I'm blaming the game, but I might actually have screwed that up. I would love to. I would love to be able to explain exactly how that has transpired. I'm going to go out on a limb and assume either one of the tires was bad, or like I said, there was a stutter. Because there was a stutter. But I also am partially at fault for that, for sure. I want to see if that car is still movable. Because just because it didn't move immediately doesn't mean it's dead. It just means it's having trouble. But I need to dispose of this lot if I'm going to figure that out. Definitely proving that this crowbar is worth its weight, though, for sure. And there look to be some good stuff amongst them. Also helps let some steam off after that crash, honestly. Because that was just shameful. Nothing at all amongst you, huh? That's depressing. Apparently, even though they had shovels, those shovels don't exist. But honestly, that's fine, because shovels right now are kind of cursed for some reason. That's a handmade shovel. That one might not be broken. But yeah, for what it's worth, as soon as I cut around them, I did slam back to the left. It just did not. It did not left at all. Still not saying it wasn't my fault, but there's a chance it wasn't entirely my fault. Okay, the car isn't dead. Oh, no, the car's dead. It's doing that thing where it lasts for about a second and then it dies. Yeah. I think we finished off the engine. Gonna have to check under the hood from within this tree. Yep, engine's dead. Gas tank is not great. Yeah. Yeah, that's expected. The engine didn't have much left of it. We'll just go ahead and siphon all that gas out with the gas can we've got. At the very least, get something out of this situation. Oh, that's sad. That is so sad. But maybe we'll find the key to this, one of these around here, if these are even in any kind of shape to move. We literally had that car for not even a minute, didn't we? I don't think I even finished the sentence of, we've got a car now. Wham! Damn it. Well, this one can move. It's not in great shape, but it can move. Ooh, this one, other than the engine's actually not bad. The engine being dead means that car is useless, however. I wasn't checking these bodies for keys. I was looking for other things. So let's double check these to make sure I didn't miss keys somewhere. So I would figure I would have spotted keys, but I can't guarantee that. So it's worth double checking. There's also this large backpack, which is slightly better than the hiking bag we've got. It's 5 more capacity and 5 more encumbrance reduction. So I definitely do want that. It's just gonna be a hot minute of jamming things in our inventory. And there's a pair of socks in it. Hooray. Get these socks out of here. I'm actually gonna go ahead and throw the hiking bag on the ground first this time. What I can do is have both inventories open like this and just throw them across. This is just gonna take a minute because I've got a lot of things in here. But I think I will leave that duffel bag behind now. Because I don't think we'd be able to carry any real kind of weight in our hand after having 27 on our back. Considering our normal carrying capacity is like 12 at this point. Especially considering we're walking around armed with the crowbar anyway. Backpack on our back. And there we go. 8 out of... Oh yeah, our strength has increased at some point, so we actually have 15 carrying capacity. Yeah. Turns out swinging crowbars at my enemies makes me stronger. Who knew? So, bright side, bigger backpack. Downside, we had a car for about 5 minutes. Not even. I think most of those 5 minutes were getting the car started. And then the car got destroyed by a tree. I can't say I'm surprised, but I am disappointed in myself. Which reminds me. We don't need this key. This key won't help anything. Unless I for some reason, run miles upon miles back to repair that car, there'd be no point in keeping those keys. But yeah, as you'd expect, that's the problem with driving a car on a highway in a zombie apocalypse, is there's gonna be broken vehicles just scattered around that are going to get between you and the open road on a regular basis. I really should have known that as soon as we actually got to drive for more than a second or two, I was in trouble. See if I can find some keys. What the hell? Oh, some straw. Because you can find all kinds of herbs and plants and mushrooms and things out in the woods as well. Oh, game's getting mad at me again. Nope, no keys near here. The keys might be around, but they're probably far enough away that I wouldn't be able to make an accurate guess as to where they would be. And I'm not going to search up and down that whole stretch for a while just to drive one of those. As much as one of those would probably be closer to my style than the white beater that I just crashed into the tree. Well, on the road again. We're just running on the road again. Of course, the music's abandoned me again. Well, we certainly haven't run out of zombies. We're never gonna run out of zombies. Of course, you know, I suppose it shouldn't come as much of a shock when the one thing you can count on in a zombie apocalypse is that there's gonna be zombies. Either you got the keys. Nope, you got scissors, though. I'll take those. Yeah, that's my key ring. I got excited for a second and realized, no, those are my keys, stupid. Now, did they leave the tire off of this thing to begin with? No, the tires are pretty good. If this thing's actually in really good shape. Is the key in the ignition by any chance? Maybe? Nope. Damn it. The one thing. I can turn the lights on. Blink, blink, blinky, 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 blinky. Oh, yeah. You can just get electrical level 1 and mechanics level 2 to hotwire, right? Burglar just bypasses that requirement. Right. Sadly, I don't have any of the above. So that's not really an option. So if we look, I have a very, very specific set of skills right now. It's called Run. Because we've been running and running and running. Oh yeah, and first aid, because I had to pull myself together after getting obliterated early on in this man's life. That definitely was a thing that happened too. Which, you know, that helps fulfill the explain what happened request a bit more as well. I could put the gasoline in, but unless we can find the keys, that's useless to me. Maybe there's keys? Keys? Yes? Wait. That's a can. Good job, Eagle Eye. You found some cans. Wait. You found a caterpillar. I was joking, but it actually was a caterpillar. Huh. The more you know. Wait. You found their glasses. Good job. What's this? It's a rock. Good job. Proud of you. You found a rock among many rocks. Though if I was making spears, that rock would actually probably be very helpful. But I'm not making spears. I have a crowbar. Well, just gonna leave that behind too. This is why I'm not allowed to find a working car, is because I'm going to destroy it again. I'm still upset, though, because of the fact that I had a character with a car for a solid, like, hour off stream. The second I touch a car on stream, crashes into the first tree I could possibly hit. So mad. I should have just hit the zombie pile. At least that would have been funny. Well, I guess me hitting the tree probably was funny to somebody. And in the future, it will probably be funny to me, too. Right now, I'm just too salty about it. God damn it. Speaking of salt. This might be the beginning of the end. We still have never found anything to disinfect wounds with, I might add. All of these things we found, no disinfectant. None of you had anything useful on you, huh? Great. Well, we see the glasses. Is this trunk open? Nope. You know, I can't help but notice that this car that they hit looks like a hearse. And its trunk has a garbage bag, duct tape, and twine in it. There's a story there, and I'm just not going to think about it. This car is also fucked up. Better than the one we crashed, though, so there's that. What's the ambulance doing? I don't know if this actually raises any skills if we keep looking at these. Oh, good. The thing that's worst off on these is the brakes, because that's not going to end badly. That's a good point, though. Did we ever even look at the condition of the one I ended up crashing? I don't think we did. Like, I'm not going to try to make the excuse that something was wrong with that car, but if we didn't check it, that makes it less surprising that bad things happened. See if somebody just dropped the keys nearby. It's looking like a no, though. Because there's the glasses. We knew about those already. Yeah, it's not looking good. I've only had the search near cars for the keys thing work out once, if I'm honest. And I don't even know if it's really a thing that you'll be frequently able to find them near the cars. I've mostly found keys in the pockets of dead people, or on shelves in houses. I was just told that you can search near cars to find the keys sometimes, and I've just taken that as a possibility. The road ends that way, so let's turn around and go the other way. Because the last time the road ended, it led to nothing useful, so I'm just going to ignore that and go the other way. Here's hoping that we don't actually end up with a major injury issue from what we just had happen. Is while we regenerated back from a neck bite and a bunch of other bad things, it would be just my luck that this scrape we got is what gets infected and I turn into a zombie in a couple days. And that'll mean this man's days of running will have amounted to nothing. hello. Gentlemen, do you perhaps have car keys? And the fireman gear is actually really good stuff for protection. It's gonna cook you to death inside it, though, if you ain't careful. Oh, the frames. Now is not the time for that. Bonk. 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 Crunch. Crunch. Okay. Also frame rate crunch. Because yeah, if you look, bite and scratch defense are both real high on the jacket. The pants are pretty good too. Neither of you had your keys, huh? Maybe they're in the car? Eh? Well, there's bottles of disinfectant. I'll take that. I finally have disinfectant. And a better bandage to use. Just in time for this to need to be changed, too. Disinfect. Bandage. Yay. It's actually taken care of properly for once. Look at me go. Everything's getting better. Go ahead and put those in the bag. I should put these bullets in my bag, too. Rather than having them just in my pocket. We can also preemptively disinfect some of these rags. I'm only going to disinfect a couple of them because I don't want to use up the entire bottle of disinfectant at the minute. I'd rather save them for if we find more real bandages. Yep, the vehicle's locked. It looks like it's actually in good shape, but let's see how good it is under the hood before I bother to search for the keys. Yup. 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 I mean, it's still usable, though, so let's see if we can find them. Pretty confident we're not going to find them. Though, makes me wonder, where did the keys go? Did they eat them? Wait. That's a rock. We need the foraging experience anyway, though. It'll make our life a lot easier in the far future. If this man lives that long, which, probably ain't gonna. But, I can dream. Really need to find some houses again, because I've got a little bit of food left, but I've got nothing to drink. Unless one of these cans of vegetables happens to have enough liquid in it for him to not be thirsty anymore. Which I find highly unlikely. No, there's actually enough liquid in there for it to lower thirst. Because once again, the universe wants to make a liar out of me, and I'm more than happy to take advantage of that. And of course, now that I said that, I'm going to get slapped by the universe for it. Nom, 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 nom. This will hopefully get us out of thirst. Nope, not quite enough. But it got us into full hunger, so I'm not gonna fiddle further with it. Just means once the full hunger's gone, I'll go ahead and give us another can of corn. And, okay, that road didn't end. It really looked like it was gonna be another dead end, so maybe the other one wasn't a dead end and it just didn't render quickly. Well, I think we know what happened here, and it was brutal. It's a hell of an impact, actually, to the front of that car from hitting them. This thing must have already been in bad shape when it hit them. Considering the whole thing's covered in blood as well. What a mess. Another gas can, but I don't really need another one. I've not been finding enough gas in order to fill the first one. Though I admit I have not been as attentive to siphoning gas as I could be. I might have missed siphoning a couple of them. Mostly because, you know, kind of not much point to siphoning a bunch of gas if I can't find a working car that I can get the keys for. And especially counting the fact that I'm probably just going to crash the car again anyway. If this becomes a longer running thing, I'm probably going to adjust more of the in-game settings, both as far as zombie counts and such go, and rendering settings and such to make it run a bit smoother. Because it was running beautifully up until I added OBS to the mix. But I can't really change anything else about OBS at this point. OBS is kind of what it's going to be. So it's either that or I rely on other people to broadcast the server sessions, and I just make sure the server stays running, which is not a terrible option. Just means people wouldn't see my perspective of things, which, blessing and curse there, honestly. It means I can do more shenanigans and people won't be able to call me out on it. I'm only fighting this because this guy's got a big bag, and I'm hoping there's something good in the bag. Wow, this one just wanted nothing to do with this fight. Which, honestly, understandable. But that doesn't mean you're saved from this. Okay, so what did you have? You had a duffel bag with nothing in it. Joyous day. I'm so glad I hunted you down, because you were so worth it to me. Another head-on collision, it looks like. Judging from the hood of that one, though. Might have hit the side of that one a bit, actually. Hard to say. Bottle. Worst case, I throw more gasoline in the bottle, but I'm hoping to be able to put water in that bottle at the rate we're going as far as water goes. Of course this one's locked. Either of you actually functional? I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume no on the other one that is pancaked inward, but nope. 0% engine on that one, too. Add gasoline to it. Add gasoline in that one, too. Okay. Well, that was clearly very worth my time. So we did gain a maintenance level, so not the worst thing. It's unfortunate that it's not maintenance that I use to break into cars to hotwire them, it's mechanics, which we don't even have level 1 of, really. Gotta find a mechanics book before that really starts getting anywhere, anyway. So we got some offshoot roads here, finally. One of those, I presume, would lead to something. But I'm also hoping that now that we're seeing those, that means we're getting closer to a town. I know I've said we must be getting close to a town, like, every hour on the hour across this massive journey we've been on. But I keep hoping, you know? Hope springs eternal and all that. And this long journey has meant that this man has lived, like, 2 hours, so there's that. I do feel stupid in one regard, though. Why didn't I run that way? Since we at least know there's a city there. The easy answer to that is if I ran over there, I'd probably die. I'll give this man something, though. He's been running this long, he's only just now getting seriously tired. Why does the game keep stuttering right as the zombies are charging at me? Why? Why then? I mean, I know why then, but still. Rude. Because the framiness you're seeing is not the stream, it's the game. The game is having a moment every time that happens. and I still, for the life of me, don't entirely know why. Like, I'm blaming OBS, like I said, but I'm sure that's not the whole thing. Neither of you have anything good either. I could get a red pen so I could start marking my map with red, too, but don't need that. Doesn't really help anything. We are encountering steadily more and more zombies, though, so I'm assuming something's around here. Oh, we are so thirsty. I could drink the lake, but that won't end well. But since we're getting super tired and dehydrated, we just need to get away. We need to go. Got to get away. Jesus Christ. Zombies everywhere. Really? Another farm? God damn it. Getting real tired of these damn farms. These farms have brought me nothing but sadness and misfortune. Okay, very large concentration of zombies here. What's around here? Or is this just a wandering horde? It must just be a horde that wandered its way here from somewhere. Though? Gas station! We've got something at least. You know, I'd be worried about this being a federal crime, but there's no more federal to be worried about, I presume. Of course it's locked. It's parked, so maybe it's in decent shape, though? I know the zombies are coming, but that's okay. Yeah, this thing's actually in fantastic shape. I just need to find a Frankenvoline key. There's so many zombies, though. I feel like finding that key ain't that likely right now. Not without some evasive maneuvers. That door's shaking. Let's not and say we did. At the rate we're going... This is not my finest of ideas, but desperate times and all that. We need to get back out that window before they get here. Gotta go! Oh, boy. So, we've definitely found a town because there are so many zombies again. This is why we left town. My god. The zombies are real. That's some trooper zombies, too. Is this door open? It is. Okay. Even if we find a zombie in here, this is still a better position than we were a moment ago. As long as there's, like, a back exit of some kind. There is, okay. This way we have an exit strategy in case they... Well, I should say when they break in, because they're going to break in. It's just a matter of time before they get through. Because they definitely know we got in here. I'd be shocked if at least one didn't understand that we walked through the door. That glass breaking doesn't fill me with hope on that note. Place also really isn't proving to be that helpful. Yep, here they come. Grass scythe might be good. Hand axe would also be nice. Pardon me, sir. I'm shopping. Leave me alone. Missed the doorway. In it. Slam the door in his face. We are too tired to run. We're in trouble. Because there's so many zombies nearby still. Oh, boy. Just keep shimmying. Just keep shimmying. We have just enough distance. Oh, my lord. Well, this got really ugly. We got enough room to wheel around and fight this one. No, we don't. And he also gave up, so just keep on trucking. Drink that pop. Get that dehydration down, even though that absolutely would not work normally. Just getting the dehydration down should help get us back our endurance quicker. I'm pretty sure that was what was making it tank so quickly. Then, you know, sprinting around like a madman with a big old egg on our back probably doesn't help. We're just gonna chill for a second. They're coming our way, but that's okay. Get our energy back. Come on. Okay. That at least got us out of that exertion level so we can move a bit better. We are worn out, though. I knew coming to town was a bad idea. Okay, there's nothing immediately around here till he breaks through that door, so that's okay. We can rest a second again. We need to find a building we can actually hole up in long enough to sleep, though, because he is getting dogged. Yep, I figured some of them were starting to make their way around. That's why I was immediately getting ready to boogie again. Just gotta play keep away. No, not mechanics. The trunk, you fool. Nope, can't open it. Okay. Nope, there's zombies over there, so no point in hopping the fence to try to get away from the ones I'm trailing. Anything in here? Nope. Zombies are setting off alarms because they're passing through places they shouldn't be. That's a fun one to turn on, in my opinion. Having zombies be able to trigger the alarms in the houses that have them, rather than me being the only one that can set off the alarms. Helps confuse the zombies a bunch, and just makes for a funny moment where it's like, oh hey, a zombie tripped an alarm, haha, stupid zombie. I guess our upper arm's good now, considering it's still in green bandage. No, there's still a laceration there. Okay. Any other zombies nearby? Nope. We'll take you out, then. Bad. This is what I was afraid of, is I'm tired enough that I can't really make a great impact. Yep. Just gonna leave you there. I gotta go. All that rest and we still didn't get back in it because he's tired. Which is gonna be a problem. Be ready to the end. Sadly, not ready for a car crash. I was sneaking up to steal what was on that body, but there was nothing good there. Fuck off. We are getting good enough with this crowbar that we can at least knock him over quickly. So it's not really causing us too much trouble. Okay, the big fence will be good protection for a second. We got nothing immediately trailing us. Just settle down for a second again. Here they come. Have you another can of pop? Hopefully that'll help pep you up a little more. We thankfully don't need to exert ourselves much. We can just walk away from them with the speed I have them set to. As long as they're not in grabby hand range, because then they speed up. Jesus. Problem is, I don't think we're going to be able to find a house in here anywhere that's not got zombies close enough to it that it's going to become a problem. So I don't know how we're going to get out of this whole tired loop situation right now. I need to burn the energy I've got to get away. So these houses are getting further apart up here, so we might be able to get lucky. Find one that's only got like 6 or 7 zombies near instead of the 20 that's all over the damn inner city. If we could just get into a building without zombies knowing we go in there, we might hopefully be able to clear out any zombies that are in it and then sleep inside that house. It's either that or we go run off into the woods and lay out on the grass and pray. Yep, there's the exertion again. Oh, God. So, how about that walk out into the woods and pray plan? That might be our only option at this point. I probably should have actually had him sleep on the grass before we got into town. But I didn't realize we were getting into town proper until we were already in it, and then Brain didn't catch up with the problem. So we have a little bit of an issue. Just a little bit of an issue. He's also real spooked, so him sleeping is gonna be a bit of a task. Though before we continue my slow flight for my life, I'm gonna have to step away for a quick moment. So just give me a quick second to make sure I'm far enough away that it's not an immediate issue. Though, when I pause, it actually pauses, since we're not in multiplayer, so that's not really an issue. I just would rather not come back and immediately get jacked. Seems like these cars are safe. Not gonna have him sleep. I'm just gonna have him sit down while I'm away. Again, time is frozen while I'm paused, but it makes me feel better. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I'm gonna run an ad and put you guys on intermission while I'm gone. Back as soon as I can. Alright, sorry for the delay. We're back. May as well have him actually stay sitting here since it seems to be a relatively safe spot. We're almost up to sprinting 4. Decent weapon skills. Our foraging really just never got anywhere. Fun fact, by the way, it's entirely possible to level your reloading if you have one of the magnums, just by unloading it, reloading it, unloading it, reloading it. I did that to gain a reloading level on my other character. You could probably do it with magazines too, but I only tried it with the Magnum because it was the only one I found with enough ammo for it to matter. Damage on the Tomahawk's actually really good. Oh, we got inbound. Time to go again. I assume those were the ones that were following me before, and it just took them till then to catch up. Which that is exactly why I'm sketch on the idea of running out into the woods and sleeping, though. Because the moment we sleep for a little bit, a zombie's gonna walk up and munch. We gotta be real far away for that to work. But maybe we'll find like a shack way out here. Well, there's a mailbox. Hang on, we might have something here. We also don't have any immediate zombies around us, so that's good news. Yeah, he's now ridiculously tired as well. Which is also why he's able to sleep on the ground, because I don't think you get the sleep on the ground prompt unless you're tired. Meanwhile, you can sleep on a bed or a couch much more readily than that. As most people would, really. But I think you can end up with pain in your neck and such when you do that in the game. As you would in life as well. Though some couches aren't that bad to sleep on, honestly. I'm just waiting for him to get off excessive exertion. Hopefully, reasonably quickly. It might be worth using the Tomahawk, though. Even though our skill with it's not that great, it will do more damage than this damaged crowbar. Though its condition is apparently not good. But we'll give it a shot. Worst case, it's a bad idea. Get rid of these empty pop cans. There we go. There is a building over there. You can see it on the minimap. Which I only just now realized I could zoom the minimap in and out. We'll zoom that out a little bit like that, so I can see a little further on it. Oh, that rest didn't last long. That's not surprising. We didn't rest for that long. Door's locked. Of course it is. Just gotta hope that this isn't a house with an alarm on it. Okay, we're in. Gotta quietly skulk around in here and see if we can find a bed. So it's looking like it might be couch... Oh no, there we go. Now, the concerning thing with this idea is the fact that this is a first floor room. So any zombie that stumbles across this window will be an issue. We can at least close the curtains so they don't see us. But if they find us anyway, we'll be in trouble, but it's my best shot. I should have checked the rest of this house for zombies as well, but if they didn't find us getting there, I don't think they'll find us sleeping there either. At least that's the hope. Here's hoping he's not a noisy sleeper. Why are you queasy? Did we still get infected despite everything? We might have. Oh god. The alarm. We might genuinely have gotten infected. Laceration's still there. It's a sterilized rag on it. I had figured since while we slept it hadn't gotten the bandage dirty that it might have stopped bleeding. But apparently the injury's still there, so that's a thing. But the fact that we're queasy after multiple days does have me worried. That means we probably did get infected. Which means we're probably screwed. But at the very least we'll have gotten decently far compared to the last few. Go ahead and let him play with a crossword while we're in a relatively safe place. Why is my heart thing going nuts? Yeah, look at that. 56 zombies killed, survived for 2 days and 3 hours. It's genuinely pretty good for my characters at the very least. I've usually died far sooner than that. Well, then again, you've all seen that by now. With how I've had multiple of them have mayfly lifespans of like 10 minutes. May as well wash up while we're here too. See if that helps avert some issues. It's the first time we've been able to stop for more than a minute or so since this character escaped town. Of course, you know, we escaped town only to end up in a worse spot in this town. Can't say I'm surprised by that one. Why is this thing going nuts? What's the problem? Is it trying to tell me that this injury's gone? Doubt that. It's still there. It's only a small injury at this point, but it's still there. So maybe he's getting queasy because he's scared shitless still? It's possible. I know I get nauseous when I'm anxious as all anything. And all of the killing he's been doing might be catching up to him too. And I'm saying all of this absolutely acknowledging the fact that that's probably all inaccurate, and it is almost certainly the fact that he is in fact infected again. But I can dream. I'm just also going to be the first to dash my own dreams on that one. One way or the other, though, this man's life is probably going to be the last one of the day. Whether it ends in an infection or he lasts until I'm done for the day, which is probably within the next hour anyway, honestly. So we have been going for a while today. Okay, so the shelf is out there. I couldn't tell. Oh, there we go. We can learn something about fishing there, and we can... Ooh! There's intermediate mechanics. Well, I don't know if we can even learn intermediate mechanics without learning basic. But I'll try to read the book after reading the Angler book, just to be on the safe side. Worst case, we pop it in our bag and hope we find the other one first. So all of that won't matter if we end up just dropping dead. / getting eaten. But just in case we're not dying, we may as well learn things. Because it's not like it consumes the book, it just switches the unread ed tag for the read ed tag. Which is fine. Problem is, this guy's not a fast reader, so we're gonna be here a minute. There we go. Can you read that? Does it matter? He is progressing and he's not yelling that this book is irrelevant or anything, so that's a good sign. And it is just a recipe as far as intermediate mechanics goes, so it's probably fine. It's just probably we won't be able to use the recipe without our mechanics getting up. Which I think you can just straight train mechanics by, like, ripping tires off cars with lug wrenches and things. Without needing any training ahead of time. It just gets more likely that you'll get usable parts out of it. The better at it you get. Yeah, you successfully read the book, so just toss those away. I don't need those. In multiplayer, there's value in carrying those books around because you can pass them around so everybody gets to learn it, but here in single player, it's all for me and me for me. User-friendly plunger. It would be a good way to grind and experience for that type of weapon. Which those are... what are they? They are short blunt, so if you wanted to get better with clubbing things, a user-friendly plunger wouldn't be the worst choice. It's still such a sentence, though. Vitamins. Where were these before, goddammit? That would have solved our whole dead tired loop that we had before. Which reminds me, I need to buy vitamins again. Still, we're back in business now. And it's daylight, so I can actually see what the hell I'm doing. Wild stuff. Heart is still going nuts. Don't know why. Real worried about that. That's usually only freaking out like that when there's a problem, but I don't know what the problem is. Why does it have to be such a good representation of my anxiety? Why? But now we can go back down to where all these zombies were and start cleaning house and seeing about finding some stuff. Oh, wow. Yeah, that worked. Okay. Actually, is this the guy that started as an axeman? No. That was the last one, who never saw an axe in his life, I think. So this tomahawk might also just be really strong, considering it's a modded item. Nope, there we go. There's it not killing in one hit. Still doing pretty good, though. Yep, there it goes. That's what I was afraid of with it, though. Because its condition was real low, so I was anticipating it breaking very quickly on us. But it still took a couple zombies before it broke, so... honestly, that's fine. And we are definitely getting strong enough that most weapons are doing decent work. Hey, short blade level. Nice. I learned more about stabbing by jabbing this knife in this man's gut. What do you know? Crazy how that kind of thing works. Well, none of that is helpful. Yeah, I think what the damage meter means is that's how much out of the variation for damage it's doing, maybe? Whereas the condition is its breakability? I don't know. I never actually learned what any of that meant. Yeah, the machete as well has no condition but max damage. Huh. Everything with a really high damage meter has a very high damage number listed for it. I mean, hell, we may as well use the machete till it breaks, too. It is, after all, a machete. Peak zombie apocalypse weapon. Lights are on, but nobody's home over here. Yeah, we don't have level 9 or 10 of first aid, so that ain't happening. Nothing good. There we go. Food. Would have been a great place to end up before as well, because there was actually a can opener here. Eat some of this fresh food that's sitting here. Because it'll make us feel better. Mostly. Really, you're feeling a little sad after I let you play with a crossword puzzle earlier? You son of a bitch. Hi. Did you really have to break the window? The door was open. Guys, the door is open. Uh-oh. You missed me. Yep, there goes the machete. Knocked my damn hat off. I stole that hat fair and square. Rude. But that gets another bit of encumbrance out of my inventory. Do I want to try the baseball bat? I mean, it is a spiked baseball bat. You would think that it'd be pretty good. Hand axe would obviously be pretty good. Oh yeah, the grass scythe. We didn't use that yet. That ought to be fun. And it's got good condition, too. This thing should last a while. Wow. They weren't kidding when they said it was a grass scythe. It's the full deal. This will top off our thirst. Which, let me tell you, swinging this thing indoors is gonna be a problem. Hey, a not beat up crowbar. Here's our crowbar. Yeah, our crowbar's used, which made it do less damage, so throw that away. Replace it with a stronger crowbar. That's actually a pretty significant difference, too. 20% definitely has some significance for that weapon. You can also repair weapons, but I've not been bothering because we've been finding so many. And I'm not super attached to any of them. Oh, this thing is I didn't do it. I was never there. Yeah, this is working about as well as I expected it to. Which is to say it's working okay, but not great. We did get a level of Longblade from it, though, so there's that. So we finally have a level in that as well. At a time like this, having a level in every weapon's probably a good idea. So I think we know where the alarm was, considering the Great Migration happening in that direction. Unfortunately, a chunk of the Great Migration acknowledged my existence. And my character's very rattled from seeing such a huge parade of zombies. To see, this is something that's worth being afraid of. This many zombies. Because that's indicative of the scale of which everything's gone to hell. Oh, come on. Oof. Good thing that was a mutually assured miss there, because that would have been bad. We need to go. There's getting to be too many zombies interested in the fact that this is happening. What's this bandage doing? Hey, laceration's gone. Sweet. No more injuries. Oh boy, there's zombies everywhere. Yeah, we didn't actually use up that much of the condition. I gotta love how this street went from peaceful to zombies everywhere because of that alarm. All because one zombie got a little nosy in the wrong place and now everything's upset. Criminy, there's so many. I think I should also switch to using something that is not going to take as much swinging as this to deal with problems. We don't really have anything that's that much better, though, unless I go back to the crowbar. Because my concern is that the scythe is a little too slow, as I said before. It says attack speed 0.5. This has better attack speed, but it's not going to hit very hard. Put that on my back. Grab the crowbar. We're gonna have less reach, but this is a bit quicker. And we're slightly more effective with it, I believe. I think our level's a little higher on our blunt. Yeah, I'd say that's still managing to be more effective than the scythe. Poor guy knocked his glasses off. He has no idea what's happening anymore. Well, he has no idea what's happening at all now. Look at how many zombies there are here. God damn. There really is just no end to these things. The amount of them with bandages around their head also leaves a question mark in my brain. How many people died of head injuries around here? You know what? Actually, don't answer that. Because there's about to be a much higher number. I gotta love how we've wiped out most of this horde and he's still panicking. There. We've killed the whole lot of them. Still panicked. Like, the nausea I get. The sadness I get. But still being panicked at this point after wiping out that many, I feel like he should at least feel somewhat better. See, now it's fine to panic again, because now there's more. Bonk. Ooh, crunchy. And I'm willing to bet this probably won't even have appreciably reduced the population in this area, either. Having wiped this many of them off the goddamn planet. Case in point, they're still coming. But if I'm gonna try to set up anything here, I'm gonna need to wipe a lot of them off of the map, at least for a bit. So I can get some control over what's going on around here and figure out what's what. Maybe I'll plant a garden out here. Ah, god damn you. Out of all of those zombies, why was it the 1v1 I almost lost? Why? He's getting tired, though. He has hit moderate exertion. Psst. Hey, nobody's in there. Oh, I stand corrected. There might be a zombie in there, actually. I hear something scraping on the windows. Where's this car? Because that's part of why I fought this battle, was in the hopes that this car would be usable. Oh, a zombie just went out a window. Yep, there they go. It's usable. No gas, though. I have gas that I can put in it. I just need to figure out if the keys are in here after we dispose of the remaining visitors. Boy, oh boy. I think that's almost as many zombies as I've killed this entire session. Just in that one pile. God damn. They really did not want me getting to this house. And I don't really know why, because there's so far been a whole lot of nothing here. I'm refusing the mushroom soup on principle. So, I haven't seen any keys. This makes me sad. Makes me very sad. Maybe they're on the ground. Come on, keys. One of the zombies might also have them. There might also just not be any keys, but I'm hoping the keys exist. It's not looking good, though. It's not looking good unless the keys just happen to be in the ignition, which would be wild. Oh, god damn it. And it's, of course, still not over. Oh, there are so many more over there, too. Oh, my lord. I don't know what day it is at this point in this game. I think I know that we started on day 9. And I have day 20 set to be the day where it hits peak population. So I don't think we're at day 20, because we've only been playing, I think, for like 4 or 5 in-game days. At least this is going to be a fairly reasonable cleanup, considering they're all in a pile. None of you have keys. Come on, anybody. Anybody got keys? There's so many, though. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to be sure that I checked them all. Good God. And there's still more. What a way to end a session. God damn. Just endless zombies. Well, here I go killing again. Any of you got keys? Got a meat cleaver. It's like a key. It's a key to somebody's heart, probably. Don't worry. I'm just unlocking your hidden potential by freeing your mind. Anyway. Letter opener. Nope. All of these bodies and not a key in sight. God damn. Most of the time, if you're talking about lamplighters, most of the time, whichever one you don't save just goes back into hiding and you'll get another chance to get them. Yeah, all of my foraging is just gonna find goddamn glasses, isn't it? So it just becomes a matter of which one do you want now. rather than later. There you go. Easy solution. What? Look at this. Look at this. What the fuck? I'm gonna break this crowbar at this rate. This thing was new when I started this fight.
Kill them all.
Apparently I'm gonna have to at this rate. No matter how many I get rid of, I keep finding more without even going anywhere. Oh, my guy here's getting real tired.
X-Men, welcome to die!
That's seeming more likely at this point, if I'm honest. So I've gotten pretty good at fighting at this point, but, this is a lot to fend off. They've also learned wave tactics, and I am upset about that. Yep, there they go. They got me. I lose. Damn it. Oh, boy.
Well, he's dead. Real shame. He will be missed.
So if you remember, before we got to this town, I had said we had killed about 60 zombies? Just in this upper section we were in alone, that means I killed 70 zombies. Just up here. Just over here. 70 zombies. My god. I think that's a good note to go out on, though. Falling in battle against stupid amounts of zombies that I should not have been fighting in the first place, probably. And that's gonna be one wicked zombie to be dealing with later. Because he's real strong. And I think some of your capability carries over to your zombie. It's gonna be full of good stuff, though. Sadly, did not hold on to the crowbar. But that's okay. We can find another crowbar. But I will find us somewhere to go. Now that Patrick has finally fallen. Find us somewhere to go. The great warrior Patrick. You might think I threw that fight on purpose. I genuinely didn't. I just finally fumbled and splat. Yeah, both me tired and him tired definitely did not help. Because he was definitely slowing down, and my brain has been slowing down this entire time. So it certainly didn't help. And at that point, all it takes is one missed swing and just... dead. Got a couple options today. Rated him a bunch recently, but I've also rated them a bunch. That's more on theme with what we were doing today, but at the same time, not going to that one because they've been going most of the time we were, so they're probably ending soon too. I mean, when in doubt, coin. 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 Okay. That answers that. Me running from zombies to a friend running from mutants. Close enough. We'll pop over to see what Pazzy's up to with Sons of the Forest. I know people have been interested in that game on and off anyway. Uh, schedule for the week. Already same as before, pretty much. Just like, hey, I don't know what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow, but tomorrow exists. Things will be happening. Theoretically next week should start the Next Fest demos, because I believe it was the 9th that the Next Fest was starting back up again. I think I remember being told that. I don't remember exactly. Doesn't matter. But yeah, whenever that starts, we'll be doing another batch of Next Fest demos for as long as the demos last, basically. And other than that, I don't have anything especially big planned at the moment, aside from those theme days I mentioned before, but I don't know when I'm going to do those quite yet, because I want to make sure to plan those out a bit. So that might be, like, one of them might be filler before Next Fest starts or something. We'll see how it goes. I'll play it by ear, as I usually do. Keep an eye out on Twitter and all of that good shit. And if for some reason you want to buy me something, there is a Throne page now. You can find that in the About section. Other than that, you'll be good to Pazzy. He's good people. Go have fun. Good night, everybody.